To tonight's formal session. Tonight's invocation will be by Pastor R. Perez Gatling from the Ebenezer Baptist Church. If we could all please rise.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer.
Welcome.
And members of council. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we first of all give thanks for today. We thank you for these leaders, and we thank you for the citizens of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and we thank you for this great city in which we work and we serve and we live. And we ask, Lord, special blessings upon the families of those whose lives were taken last year during the tragic shooting. We ask that you would give their family members peace that passeth all understanding. And finally, God, we ask that you would give our leaders wisdom and discernment and understanding, and most of all, a heart for the people they serve. And we pray that our leaders and elected officials will do everything they do unto God, and they would remain steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, inasmuch as they know that their labor is not in vain in the Lord. These things we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
justice for all. Okay, thank you all very much and welcome. Madam Clerk, if we could. Lifeline. And Madam Clerk, could we be so kind to do the roll call?
All present.
Okay. Could I ask for a notification of the, for the certification of the closed session? Do we have a motion? So moved. Moved and second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott,
I'm abstaining, at least for the portion of the meeting that I was not present for, and aye for the 20 minutes I was.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Berlucci,
Aye.
Councilmember Henley,
Aye.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember Moss, Councilmember Rouse, Councilmember Tower,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood,
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
I vote of 10-0 with Ms. Abbott abstaining for the portion she was absent. You have certified a closed session being in accordance with the motion to recess.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to ask for a motion to certify the minutes of, one, the informal and formal sessions of May 18th, 2021, and the special formal session of May 25th, 2021.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott,
Madam Clerk, I have a question. For the May 25th, does that include the closed session at that meeting?
that is a closed session, the special session.
Okay, then
That's the
that's
only
what I
part.
thought. Okay, so I for May 18th, and I abstained for May 25th. I was absent.
Thank you. Councilmember Berlucci,
Aye.
Councilmember Henley,
Aye.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember Moss,
I abstained from the May 25th meeting. I think that's correct. I was out of town.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rouse, Councilmember Tower,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
I abstain. I was absent that day.
What about for May 18th?
Sorry, I'm abstaining for May 18th.
Okay, and you are for May 25th?
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wooten,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 9, well, I'm going to say 11-0, noting the abstentions noted by the council members.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I apologize. I got my dates confused. I was present for May 25th, so aye.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to request our colleague and friend, Council Lady Sabrina Wooten, to read a resolution in recognition of a very special person.
Yes. would like to ask for Mr. Kurt Bailey to come forward and those with him.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Yes. Thank you, Councilperson Wooten.
Good evening. It's good to
appreciate it.
see you, sir. And at this time, I'm humbled and honored to present this resolution posthumously to Attorney Carrie L. Bailey for the outstanding and extraordinary legacy she has left in the city of Virginia Beach. Whereas Attorney Carrie L. Bailey was a passionate advocate for children, and she quickly rose to the top of her field, representing children in cases of abuse, neglect, custody, adoption, and guardianship. On January 24th, 2021, she passed away, leaving a legacy of service. And whereas Attorney Bailey earned her Juris Doctorate degree from Regent University School of Law in 2008, where she received the Most Inspirational Graduate Award. She also graduated summa cum laude with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science, and she held an Associate of Arts degree in Philosophy, where she graduated with highest honors. And whereas she was licensed to practice law in all courts in Virginia, Washington, D.C., and in the United States Bankruptcy Court, Eastern District of Virginia. And whereas Attorney Bailey taught legal advocacy for her alma mater, Regent University School of Law, on a variety of subjects and was committed to helping future generations of lawyers. And whereas she ran an active solo law practice in Virginia Beach, representing children including those abused, neglected, and otherwise victimized, often appearing in the city's Juvenile Domestic and Relations Court. And whereas Attorney Bailey was awarded the Champion for Children Award in her field in 2014, and whereas she handled approximately 800 to 1,000 cases involving children in her accomplished 11-year career. And whereas Attorney Bailey belonged to numerous organizations, including the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children, the Federalist Society, Virginia Bar Association, the American Bar Association, Virginia Trial Lawyers Association, and the Virginia Women Attorney Association. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Virginia Beach City Council hereby recognize Carrie L. Bailey for her dedication to the well-being of children in the legal system and her positive contributions to the City of Virginia Beach, given under our hands this first day of June 2021. And I am honored, as well as a Regent University alumni, to present this resolution to you, sir, on behalf of your wonderful wife, Attorney Carrie L. Bailey.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to make some comments?
Well, I certainly don't want to take the council's time, but Virginia Beach is just a great place to live. We moved here, bought a house here, coming here, you know, not waiting, but just, you know, our friends in California were a little shocked about that, but, you know, haven't seen them for a while. We love Virginia Beach, and just proud to be able to, you know, do something positive for this community. You know, it's been very, you know, difficult for me. You know, my wife was a fabulous attorney and child care advocate, but, you know, she was also my wife and best friend, and we were married for 34 years, so I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for all of you leaders who are willing to step up and let's do something about those business licenses, guys. Okay, no. Okay, just,
Hey, but let me just say, I had the privilege of meeting Carrie
Yeah.
as a student in Regent a number of years ago.
yes.
And what a remarkable woman. She just demonstrated the potential back then. Virginia Beach is a city of heroes, and your wife is one of them. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, at this point, moving forward, we have a little busy agenda going on, so if it's okay, we're going to shift things around a little bit for convenience sake. And what we're going to do is the consent and ordinances, get those out of the way, because we're going to be here for a while with a long period, okay? So we're going to do that. And folks, I hate to ask, due to fire regulations, if you don't have a seat, if you could adjourn right across the hall to the overflow room. Okay, thank you. Okay? All right.
Will you read the speaker policy?
All righty.
We're going to go to the consent agenda, correct?
Okay. I want to remind everyone that the city council speaker policy that allows certain representatives of groups to speak for 10 minutes applies only to planning items. All other speakers, whether speaking individually or on behalf of a group, will have 3 minutes to speak. Speakers are reminded that comments during the formal portion of the meeting must be limited to the subject of the item that is being considered by the council at the time you are called. When speakers are called on each item, the clerk will call for those individuals who have signed up to speak. We've had several items with only one speaker signed up. As such, the city clerk will call the speaker and identify each item they have registered on. The speaker will receive 3 minutes to comment on each item. Again, the speaker must limit his or her comments to the subject matter of the items they have signed to address. Finally, I call upon all speakers and all persons in the chamber to be civil in their discussion and decorum. Whatever views you hold and wish to express, the City Council wants to hear from you and to ensure that all viewpoints and all persons are respected. The best way to do this is for all of us to strive for civility and respect. Okay?
Mayor, is it appropriate for me to go ahead and read the speaker?
Yes.
The instructions for tonight? Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we will have both in-person speakers and speakers participating via WebEx. For ordinances and resolutions, I will recognize in-person speakers first in the order which they registered. After all in-person speakers have been called, I will then recognize the speakers participating via WebEx. For planning items, I will recognize the applicant or their representative first, whether they are in person or participating via WebEx. All other speakers will be recognized as previously stated. Speakers participating by WebEx, please mute any additional devices you have in the room to avoid any unnecessary background noise and/or the possibility of echoing. It is important that once recognized, please wait 2 to 3 seconds to begin your comments. This will ensure council hears your complete remarks. Please begin your comments by identifying yourself, and please do not ask, "Can you hear me?" as only 1 feed is open at a time to minimize the echo, and as such, you will be unable to hear a response. Again, speakers will be recognized in the order which they registered. Please note if a speaker does not respond or if a technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, I will move on to the next registered speaker. Mayor and members of council, are there any questions about the process? Thank you. I'll turn the meeting over to Mayor Dyer to begin moving through the published agenda.
Okay, can we call, the first speaker that's,
So my understanding is for consideration on consent will be
Yes.
Ordinances, resolutions 1, 2, 5, A, B, and C, 6A, and 6B. We have one speaker on all those items, Barbara Messner.
Good evening.
Good evening. I appreciate the pastor recognizing the victim families, and also I would always like to recognize so many of our police officers and firefighters throughout the country and regionally who were wounded and killed. Thank you. Okay, it's kind of confusing because you do it really fast. Which ones are pulled and which ones do I speak
The
on?
items you're speaking on now are ordinances and resolutions.
Right.
1, 2, 5, 6,
These are the ones I can speak on, right?
yes,
Okay, 1, 2, 5, and 6. Okay? And, you know, as I say all the time, there's meetings every week, they're overloaded. It's 314 pages for the full agenda. And this is, you know, after a long weekend, so most people couldn't get in touch with anyone. Okay, 2, authorize conveyance of a safety arc easement to the United States of America over 15+ acres, city-owned, at Red Wing Lake Golf Course. Okay, I'm opposed to all these, you know, giving city land for expansions or for any development. Almost 60–70% of the development, the golf courses, everything is run by the city. But I live near that corridor and the traffic is horrible. We have uncontrolled growth. We just had another serious accident on Dam Neck. So I'm opposed to conveying easements at this time. Or, I mean, we're totally overgrown. So I'm in opposition. So 2, you said 2, 1, right?
you already spoke on 1 and 2.
No, I didn't speak on 1. Okay, 1 is authorize the dedication of 15 wide, 1,861 square feet easement to Dominion Energy over city-owned property at Loretta Lane. And we've already gone over this. Dominion has some of the most blighted properties and outdated equipment on the planet. And, you know, Mr. Moss spoke before about the one on 19th Street. And, you know, he should be well aware, since he has, you know, stock with Dominion, that, you know, they're allowed to have their subcontractors park in their neighborhoods. You know, I'm just opposed to this. We have a problem with major monopolies. It's a monopoly energy company. Okay, 5, resolution to grant permits to allow emergency medical service agencies to operate in the city. We have the fire department, we have EMS, and we have the volunteer firefighters. And these are 3 more emergency, you know, private, outsourcing private medical. I know at one time, some of the ones, when they first started, they were, there was a conflict with Mr. Sessoms, who was involved in some of those. So we shouldn't have to keep adding more emergency support, because that's outsourced. It's not the same liability. Okay. Okay, 6, ordinance to accept and appropriate $197,811 from Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Development Services, last year's budget 2020 through 2021, Human Services Operating Budget raise security cost at the Crisis Intervention Team. You keep, you know, creating buildings and more space and more money, but you don't resolve any of the safety problems. Like I said, this weekend was a nightmare. I attended both memorials, and to see that video that y'all made, and not one of you attended either Friday. Yeah, we have major problems with all types of crime, but this one, 2 years down the road, they still don't have a memorial. And, You know, as many times as I've been reading it, to hear you read it in your 25-minute prepared speech was pretty bad. But these people need to be honored and remembered, and no exploitation. You have, okay, you
Yep.
have the cease and desist certified letters.
Okay,
from one of the
could we
okay.
state, as we stated
it
in
is-
the instructions, to stick
Right,
with the
and-
item on hand, ma'am?
Right, it is. It's safety and security and crime. And,
Okay, open a public hearing on the
wait.
planning.
okay, it's A and B. It's A and B. And Mr. Stiles, we've gone over this. It's their 3 minutes of free speech, which we barely still have. I know there's a lot of people here, but you're the ones that overload the agenda. You're exempt from the mandate. You have meetings every single week. Okay, B, $130,127.39 from FEMA to the 2020-2021 Fire Department operating budget, rate costs for mobilization of the Virginia Task Force to Urban Search and Rescue to assist with the 59th presidential inauguration. I mean, at one time, it was great when our FEMA teams could go to other states and help out, but we have major problems here, and you're paying Mr. Michaels to lease his property for a fourth location for police right there. We need it in all the neighborhoods. You know, Mr. Rouse has brought this up before, that we need help in all the neighborhoods, not just the oceanfront. That's totally unfair. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You'll stay there for planning items.
Open a hearing on planning.
At this point, the ones that are being considered for consent are planning 1, 4, 6.
Okay, when you say consent, that means I can.
This is what you're speaking on.
Okay,
1, 4, 6, 7, and 8 at this point.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can't even pronounce this name. Street closure. Oh, this is the one, 737 Vanderbilt Avenue. Unimproved alley. There are a lot of short-term rentals, and they're basically event houses over there. Atkinson Realty is managing a lot of them, and people park, you know, in the streets, in the yards, and restricting access, even though it's an alleyway, a lot of people use the alleyway, including, you know, fire and rescue. So I'm in opposition. Okay. 4, Mark A. Moore, conditional use permit, short-term rental. I believe there's 1,700 already in existence. And you say that there's no problems with those, it's only the ones that are unregistered. That's not true at all. Let's see. 6, 2229 Maple Street, Lynn Haven. That's Mr. Wood's district. It's also where they have all the problems with the Flowtopia that y'all haven't resolved. And then you had the boat in for Bob McDonald. Bob McDonald has a church. That's where you went, Mr. Dyer. I mean, a boat-in church at the Narrows. This city is insane. Yes, I'm mad. I don't like coming here. I don't like the fact that most people don't know what's going on unless it's in their backyard. But, yeah, the Shore Drive corridor used to be really peaceful. Everybody who didn't want to go to the oceanfront because there wasn't parking, or the north end because there's no parking, would go over to Shore Drive or Chicks Beach. And now, you know, there's no place for locals to go. But you have trolley buses, very expensive trolley buses that take the tourists over to that side. Okay. 6, Half Moon.
You just spoke on 6.
I spoke on Maple Street. Okay, then I'll do, yeah. I spoke
7,
on
please.
Okay. 6, Half Moon,
You just spoke on 6.
okay. Well, then I'll include it with 7 because that's another one on Beach Street. 305 16th Street is where RK Surf Shop was. He's, had to move like 6 times because of traffic and all kinds of other problems. But that's just, every single spot at the oceanfront, you're turning into short-term rentals. And you haven't resolved or even discussed the latest, multiple shooting at 20th Street. So you're just bringing in too many people and there aren't enough police. Even if you pull all the police from everywhere else, they can't just sit there and babysit 24/7 when we have problems throughout the city. I'm opposed. Okay.
Number 8.
Well, it's still 3 minutes. 304 28th Street, another short-term rental, which I oppose. And Ms. Henley has said repeatedly she wouldn't vote for these. Mr. Jones said he wouldn't. Mr. Moss said he wouldn't, but they still vote for him. And even if it's a token vote, you could at least speak up and say the reasons why. Okay, 8, Colin Tomlinson and Jason Walker, short-term rental. Another one at 304 28th Street. That one was Unit 20. This is Unit 11. These are high-density places. This is Beach District, Mr. Tower. Mr. Tower, who was reading all the speeches for Mr. Bellucci when he couldn't do it about no event houses. This is destroying the quality of people's neighborhoods. Just because somebody lives near the oceanfront, that doesn't mean it isn't a residential neighborhood or their home where they live. A lot of those people live in those inexpensive places because they work at the oceanfront. Okay, those are the only ones, correct?
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move for approval under the consent agenda. Under ordinances or resolution, item 1, ordinance to authorize the dedication of 15-foot wide, 1,861 square foot easement to Dominion Energy over city-owned property located at Loretta Lane, noting that Mr. Moss is abstaining on this item. Item 2, ordinance to authorize conveyance of a safety arc easement to the United States of America over 15.07 plus or minus acres of city-owned land at Red Wing Lake Golf Course, noting that Mr. Moss is abstaining on this item. Item 5, resolution to grant permits, allow emergency medical service agencies to operate in the city. A, Fast Track EMS LLC. B, MB Solutions LLC. C, Shore Transport Services LLC. Inc. Item 6, ordinance to accept and appropriate A, $197,811 from the Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Development Services to FY 2020-2021 Human Services Operating Budget raise security costs at the Crisis Intervention Team Assessment Center. Item B, $130,127.39 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency to the FY 2020-2021 Fire Department Operating Budget rate costs for mobilization of the Virginia Task Force 2 Urban Search and Rescue Team to assist with the 59th presidential inauguration.
Open to public hearing on planning.
Under planning, item J1, Anatoly and Joy Ann Dritschillo for a street closure, 7.5 foot by 50 foot portion of unimproved alley adjacent to the rear of 737 Vanderbilt Avenue in the Beach District. Item 4, Mark A. Moore for conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 2229 Maple Street, Lynn Haven District, noting that Ms. Henley, Mr. Moss, Ms. Wilson, and Mr. Jones are voting nay on that item. Item 6, Half Moon EXD LLC, James Goldstein for a conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 305 16th Street in the Beach District, noting that Mr. Moss and Ms. Henley are voting nay on that item. Item 7, Victoria Mason, Dominic Mason for a conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 304 28th Street, Unit 207 in the Beach District, noting that Mr. Moss and Ms. Henley are voting nay on that item. Item 8, Colin Tomlinson, Jason Walker, raise conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 304 28th Street, Unit 111 in the Beach District, noting that Mr. Moss and Ms. Henley are voting nay on that item. So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion, and do we have a second? Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we call the vote?
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Bellucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you approve the consent agenda as read by Vice Mayor Wood, noting the nay votes and also the abstention of Councilmember Moss on items 1 and 2.
And Mr. Mayor, could I?
Yes,
explain my
Mr. Moss,
abstention?
please.
I abstained on item 1 with Dominion Energy and that I received more than $5,000 of dividend income, and under state law, I have to abstain. And item 2 deals with the Navy, for which I am an employee of, and to avoid any appearance of conflict of interest, I have abstained, and a letter is on file with the city clerk.
Okay, thank you. As I said to the audience before, we're going to move forward with the, just resolve some of the city business so we can really focus on the public comment section for the proposed changes to the zoning ordinance for short-term rentals. So at this point, first one is item number 3, resolution to extend the deadline for the recommendation of the Citizens Review Panel Task Force.
There are no speakers signed up.
Okay. Ms. Wooten?
Well, I presented the resolution because I think we can all agree that additional time is needed for the task force to convene and study the areas listed in the former resolution that was approved last month. And so the initial date for the task force to report back is today's date. And so I think usually as a rule of thumb, we give about 30 days or so to give more time to an entity to report back or to provide more information. And so the resolution gives until June 30th for the task force to convene and reconvene and convene and study and come back and report to City Council. However, if more time is needed after June 30th, certainly can also provide them with additional time.
I'm sorry to interrupt. However, we do have one speaker. I forgot Ms. Messner has signed up on all items. This one's pulled, so I need to recognize Barbara Messner.
Okay.
I apologize, City Council.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Ms. Messner, this is for number 3.
Right. Okay. Extend the deadline. They, recommendations for the Citizens Review Panel. You can't appoint people yourselves, just like you did for the mass shooting. You know, you can't appoint people to commissions yourself as liaisons. And, you know, the Citizens Review Panel is on crime for some people. But, you know, different groups, they don't speak for everyone. Okay, so is this a review panel on the crime or the one on, you know, SWAM and everything else that she's doing? Anyway, I brought the letter to Mr. Bellucci that he didn't answer, that I want to make part of the record. But we don't have, this one's urban okay, there's so many. This one's urban agricultural. You know
No,
what-
no, this is, only, we're on one item right now,
Okay.
okay?
Yeah,
And
but
that
the
one is
review
the,
panels, like I said, you can't appoint them, and the more you have, the more confusing it is. It's your job to respond to the citizens, and it's your job to keep everyone safe and take care of everything. You can't just pass the buck. It's air money. And you should all have town halls and speak to us. An open mic isn't televised. Ms. Henley's meetings are from 5 to 7, but that's just for her district. So, like I said, all wetlands board, you have planning tomorrow. It's on and on and on. The city's too big and there aren't enough people, to pay attention unless it's in their backyard and they accidentally find out. So, is there anything else, Ms.?
No, this is the only item up for discussion now.
Okay, and I'll give this to,
Okay, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And I'd mentioned this during the workshop portion of the agenda. I certainly recognize where Ms. Wooten's going on this in terms of expanding it, but extending it to June 30th gives us 29 days from today, which isn't nearly enough time. You've got 11 people. It's summer. There's, many of them have jobs. Many of them are going out of town. The staff, if we did this, the staff would immediately need to reach out to them, poll them for meeting dates, figure out what the meeting dates are, then they would have to meet and select a chair and then determine what they want to do. It's not a 30-day process if we want to get a meaningful result from it. So my recommendation is if we go to August 15th, that gives them 75 days to get the work done. If Ms. Wooten will accept that as an amendment or as a change to it, that's fine. Otherwise, yeah, I can do it in the form of a substitute motion, however she wishes to proceed.
Well, I think 30 days, 60 days might be okay, but going beyond that is a bit more. Then I think we need to push and delay the work. And so, of course, initially we didn't foresee this initial resolution taking the time that it did to get everybody in order, but from what I understand, information went out to those who are a part and who are appointed to the review panel or to the task force, so they should be aware and that they're on the task force. So there are other areas that they do have to address, but I don't think it's going to take until August the 15th. And so I would probably be amenable to more like 60 days, but not over 60 days. And again, if additional time is needed, they can say they need additional time.
Okay.
Do you think July 31st would be amenable?
July 31st might be more amenable to what's going on.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Wood? No? I don't think that's enough. Okay. Any other council discussion? Okay. Okay, Mr. Bellucci.
Well, I'm not sure what the right answer is, but I can tell you that I've been engaged in discussions about this issue with a variety of people in our community. And as we all know, my experience there has certainly informed me there are a lot of things to consider as part of this discussion. And I recognize that there's an urgency to have this addressed. I certainly feel that sense of urgency. And at the same time, I think that we need to make sure we give this task force the space it needs to do the job that this council has asked it to do. It's a 2-week difference. I'm not really sure why there's...
So I can address that. Keeping in mind that we typically don't meet the last couple of weeks of August or July into August, so there's really no difference to the council in terms of when the council would get the information back. But it does, in fact, give the commission an extra 2 weeks, and I think that's what's important.
Ms. Wooten?
Well, I think, again, we can all agree additional time is needed. In terms of how much time, I guess a few of us don't agree to the amount of time, but I would think that understanding that people are going out of town and that they are going on, from what I understand, it's going on vacations. And I haven't heard from these individuals. I certainly like to communicate with them, but I'm sure they have access to email, phone calls, or any information could be certainly sent to them if they need that information. But I think as it relates to the business of the task force must go on. And you do have to address all, you have to, when you're thinking about people who have the time, who are avail themselves to this task, that's what you're looking for. Someone who's up to the task, who's dependable, who can do the work, who's available. Certainly, if you know, people would like to present an alternate or something of that nature, if those that you have appointed are not up to the task and they have other competing interests, I certainly understand that. But I don't want to prolong the work of the task force for more than we need to. I think it's important to really hold fast to what we're doing, stay focused, and complete the task. And I'm agreeable to July 31st, but not to August.
Okay, Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to support Councilwoman Wooten's July 31st, 60 days extension on the grounds that I think as a sponsor of the bill, I would just like to offer a bit of professional courtesy there is. And if it's 2 weeks, it's a difference, then I certainly don't want to be differential to 2 weeks. On top of that, I think she brings up a solid point of this body getting together, having a sense of urgency, and getting the needed work that we need from this body underway. And if they need more time at the end of 60 days, which probably is in line with Councilman Wood's prediction, then we can extend it as well. But in light of that, I think 60 days, July 31st, to get this work started is certainly amendable. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, is there a motion? Mr. Bellucci.
I don't have a motion. I just want to clarify my position. After hearing Mr. Rouse and Councilmember Wooten, I'm going to support Councilmember Wooten's date of July 31st on the basis that she is the sponsor. With the caveat, I'm not really sure what the difference 2 weeks really makes, but as a courtesy to her, in this instance, I'm happy to support her request, but I think we're going to find ourselves in a position when the committee needs more time. So I'm not just still unclear what that 2 weeks difference makes from her perspective, but I'll be happy to defer to her on this.
Okay, so, Ms. Wooten, will you make a motion at this?
Sure, the motion.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Wait, could you make the motion and then,
Yes,
further
certainly.
discussion?
Discussion is clearly where my comments should fall. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Sure, I'd like to make the motion to approve the resolution with a modification that the date for the task force to report back would be July 31st.
Okay.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Moss.
Well, my thoughts are this is a council task force because the council of this body voted for it, so that's how I'm treating it. I do think that obviously the members of the task force have spoken with the vice mayor. It could be 30 September or 15 October. If the commission comes back and tells us that they cannot deliver us a competent product that they're proud to deliver to us because they've engaged the community, then I'm going to support whatever date they ask us to set when 31 July gets here. So if they're listening, in no way do I believe that time should drive in this particular, because of the consequences. This is one of these, intense things, but the long-term consequences are huge. So therefore, time compressed has to make waste. So I'm just saying I'm willing to support 31 July because I don't think, as they said, but the commission needs to know from my perspective that if they come back and tell us they need till 15 September to deliver a competent, well-vetted with the community product, that's the time that I'll give them, because I think it's too important of an issue to say that time drives the level of research, that time drives the quality of the product, because if you do it poorly, you can't take back the consequences of not doing it well because you did it fast. And so if they can do a quality job by 31 July, but I also know we're not paying these people. They have real lives outside this thing. They've made family obligations long before we asked them to serve. They're willing to serve. They have the expertise to serve, and I think we have to give some deference to how they manage their time to get the product to us. Well, I will support 31 July, but I will support another time extension if the body so requests.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
And I'd just like to respond, my comments also to those who are on the task force. Please feel free to reach out to me as well. I'd love to hear your feedback. I haven't heard the feedback that Councilmember Wood has suggested here. Please feel free to reach out. If you do need more time, I'm amenable to that, but I have to hear that from you as the task force. We have to hear that from you as the task force. You have to reach out and provide that feedback. So thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the
I just
floor.
had one thing.
Yeah.
I agree that they need to respond back, but they need to respond back to the council as a body in a letter that they've all agreed to, because they're not working for any one of us. They're working for the people on our behalf as a body. So if they are communicating, I think it needs to come from their self-appointed chairman after their deliberation in the form of a letter that we could act on.
Okay.
And I would agree with that, and that's why I say not only to me, but reach out to the body. Correspondence is, of course, a good method to do so.
And if I can make a suggestion, you know, this is obviously an important thing, and, you know, with the summer and everything. But I think in the interest of congeniality, if we can, you know, as a body, agree to the July 31st with the understanding that the group itself will have the option to request, you know, additional time, and encourage them to, you know, communicate us with the body, and, you know, perhaps even a presentation or something like that. But, you know, that's my thoughts on it. Anybody else? Mr. Wood?
I would agree with that, just to get it moved forward, but I completely agree with what Mr. Moss said, that whatever this commission comes back with in terms of time, and I'm going to communicate that with the people that speak to me, that's the case. Anybody that calls me, I'm going to let them know that as much time as they need is as much time as they can take.
Okay, we have a motion on the table with a second to revise the current resolution to extend to January 31st of this year.
July 31st.
Or July 31st. Woo, Lord. My ADHD is alive and well.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, you have approved the resolution extending the deadline to July 31st, 2021.
Okay, next we have a, resolution up, to appoint members of the Agriculture Advisory Committee to 4-year terms, requested by Council Members Abbott and Berluci.
I have two speakers. The first speaker is Barbara Messner, and then the next speaker will be by WebEx.
Good evening. Sorry for getting confused, but you pull things, some things you don't stick to an agenda. Okay. So this one's the Urban Agricultural Advisory Committee, another committee. 4-year terms, 4-year terms. Like when somebody takes a job, it should be 30-day trial period. You don't give 4 years. And council members Abbott and Berluci, it's like, part of this, the Vanguard landing, that debacle that it took, how many years to find that they're in default on their loan. We loaned them almost $3 million, the city of Virginia Beach.
Yeah, Ms. Messner. Yeah.
This is urban agricultural, and some of that land is is ARP land. Some of it's owned by the firemen. I happen to pay attention to this stuff. You know, I'm in opposition of more expansions of city government, more committees, when you're responsible for all this. If you can't do it, if you have ADD, whatever, it doesn't, there's no excuses. And y'all go on vacations for, 2 months. This is a full-time job. It's a $3 billion business, $3 billion debt. We still have crime. We have unbelievable problems with sinkholes, roads falling apart. So, yeah, I'm opposed to another commission and more people and 4 years. I mean, you can't even, it's like tomorrow's, something else. It's something every single day. Like planning is 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. You're worried about these people being able to meet. What about the citizens having to take off work, to go to planning when there's something, all the time? At least the planning department, Mr. Tahan, I really appreciate the fact that they have a full agenda well in advance, and you can look at everything that's on the agenda in advance of their meetings. So I don't like what's on the agenda, but I appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is via WebEx, Faith Shizventer. If you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Faith Shesbenter, and I am here to reinforce the message that urban agriculture is important to Virginia Beach. As I started preparing for what I'd say tonight, I struggled to find the words. What else can I say that hasn't been said already? How else can I speak to the numerous benefits of chicken and urban or suburban agricultural efforts? How can I represent the many residents of the city who are tired of fighting to have their voices heard? The Urban Agricultural Advisory Board represents hope, freedom, and a voice for the people. It represents an opportunity to give the people invested in this cause a seat at the table, and is evidenced by the number of speakers at the last meeting and the existing applicants for this advisory board. There are so many of us. Please begin the process to appoint the eager applicants who are ready to begin work today. We've already waited long enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's all the speakers, sir.
Okay, do we have a motion at this point?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, do we have?
I will second.
Okay, do we have any discussion? Mrs. Henley?
I do. At the May 18th meeting, when this was before us for a resolution, this government by resolution is a lot of problems. My question was, is this going to be a permanent committee or is it going to be a study committee? Because I feel like there are an awful lot of issues related to this that really need to be studied first. Sort of was a nebulous answer, and I really didn't know how to vote on the whole thing. I voted in favor of it so that it could be brought back if I had issues with it, and I definitely do. I would make a substitute motion that we defer this action for 2 weeks until our next meeting, and that will give the opportunity for the Agricultural Advisory Commission to meet and make comments, and we will also be, during this time, having a meeting of the Planning Commission, and I would ask for their input, because both of these long-standing committees will be heavily impacted by this action. We have an Agricultural Advisory Commission now that serves the entire city, and I think it's critical that they have an opportunity to have input, to share their knowledge, and have some consideration. The very courtesy, I think, all of the things that we talked about just a couple of minutes ago with the other task force applies here as well. This is something that's going to have a lot of issues involved with it. It's going to need a lot of discussion, a lot of input, and it's not something that I think is ready for a permanent committee that has 4-year terms. And so I'm making a substitute motion that we defer this for 2 weeks to June 15th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Moss?
Well, I think Mrs. Henley makes some good points, but I also think you could look back at the problems that this committee is dealing with have existed for some time, and though I don't necessarily agree with all the people who would participate and what they might come up with, they have never taken up this issue. I think the composition, this is really addressing the issues of our suburban community north of the Green Line. Maybe that needs to be more specified in that scope of its tasking, and that's what's missing. But I think it's dealing with what we want to do in our non-agriculturally zoned part of our community, where we would be needing, and this group couldn't make any of those things happen. They'd have to refer their study findings or their results to other groups to take on board. But I don't know that the Planning Commission is prepared with the workload that we have on their plate with restarting our comp plan to really go out and engage the community, because this would fundamentally redefine some zoning property rights that do not now exist. That's always a touchy subject, which I think all of us would agree that that's not an easy challenge that they've taken on, and well, may take them years to get to a consensus. But I do think it needs people on this committee that would represent the full spectrum of views, the people that don't want their agricultural animals in their residentially zoned communities, which I'm sure we hear from, not as much as the people who want them. But I don't know that the Planning Commission has the bandwidth to take that on what they've got on their plate already. I think there is merit to what the two council members have recommended. I certainly wouldn't be opposed if someone suggested it have a shorter term, be retitled a task force. I think that's all cosmetic issues, but I think what this body really needs is a group that will go out and vet with the community outside those other formal channels that have their own tasks to do for how we might want to relook at our urban allowed agricultural uses and what has been traditionally residentially zoned product. And I think it is a distinct tasking that could be well accomplished by a separate group.
Okay, Ms. Abbott.
Thank you. Well, and I'm respectful to all the viewpoints here. I did want to clarify something, because one of the reasons why I presented this in the manner, and I think I won't speak for Councilman Berlucci, but where I was coming from on this, when I looked into the Agriculture Advisory Commission, the first thing I saw was that organization was created, or that commission was created to be a liaison between the rural community and city council. By its definition, I want this to be the liaison from the suburban and urban parts of our community to city council to inform us on what they want to see changed. And I agree, it is a planning issue. It will be a planning issue if anything it ever results from it. It will be an agricultural issue. It will be a number of issues, which is why we've created, if you look at the resolution, several sections that give staff the opportunity to present that feedback and hopefully in an objective way and speak for their experiences. It would have a representative from agriculture, it'd have a representative from planning, a representative from animal control, a representative from the city attorney's office. To me, that was the way we allowed to make sure that information, that factual information, got infused in with the group and everybody had an opportunity. But like John said, they're going to go out to the community and they're going to study the issue and they're going to find out what the hurdles are for people on these various issues. And you know, the one question I had for the city attorneys for Mr. Stiles. Deferring this does not change the fact that we have created this committee, correct?
That's correct.
So even if we defer this portion of it, we could still appoint this committee, correct?
Correct.
And therefore they could meet and make a recommendation to us. So deferring this is irrelevant to the committee, except for we won't have a term defined.
That's right.
Okay. To me, it doesn't matter if we defer this or not, because my intention is to get the committee appointed and to move forward. But I understand that there might be a difference of viewpoints, but I hope that the body can understand that there are a lot of people, not just chicken people, but there are a lot of people who feel very unheard and have felt that way for a decade. And to me, there is no harm in having a group of people study and make a recommendation to us. And if it does result in an ordinance of any kind of change, excuse me, I'm fighting a head cold, it will go through the regular channels that any ordinance that would go through for a change in zoning. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Ms. Wilson and then Mr. Bellucci.
listening to everything, I would feel more comfortable if this was a task force that's going to study it and then make recommendations that would come to us, and then we would send to the planning commission. I don't know that it's something that needs to be long-term going for years and years and years. But I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for recommendations. And it has been hanging out there for a long time, and there are a lot of people who are very interested in it. So would you consider changing this to being a task force instead of a commission that's?
It's not a commission, it's a committee. They're Urban Agriculture Advisory Committee.
Okay, well, all right, so it's not going to be a long time,
It'll be as long as it takes for them to bring a recommendation.
just to bring the recommendations.
Correct.
Okay.
And it was recommended by the city attorney's office that we put a term limit on it.
And then we'll have liaison, maybe a liaison from ag and maybe a liaison from planning.
That's in there already.
Right. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
I wasn't here when we voted on this 2 weeks ago.
No, I
so.
understand.
And I already have my person ready, so whenever we get ready to appoint. But anyway, that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bellucci.
Well, just as a point of clarification, I think during the discussion we had 2 weeks ago, we talked about the possibility that this committee could serve on an ongoing basis if that's what the committee, members of the committee and members of the community and council, obviously, collectively decided that there would be other outstanding issues that relate to urban and suburban agriculture. And I think that could be appropriate. With great respect to Councilmember Henley and the members of the Agricultural Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission, I just want to take this opportunity to, again, express my support for the formation of this committee and really emphasize the point that any slight that creating this committee would create toward the Agricultural Advisory Commission was unintentional. And I think that the Agricultural Commission has a proper role in this discussion, and that what I heard Councilmember Henley and some folks from the Agricultural Advisory have reached out to me, agriculture community have reached out to me as well, expressing that concern. And I think that concern is appropriate and proper and was well expressed. I think they want a chance to meet and receive a briefing about the issue. And this ordinance before us simply defines the terms for the committee. We're still in the process of reviewing talent bank applications and considering potential appointees to the committee, which is a process that we know takes a certain amount of time. And given our schedule and given our consideration of what those applications may be and then recommendations, we're talking about probably a month at the earliest before any appointments are made. I think that's still plenty of time to provide that deference to the Agricultural Advisory Committee to look at the issue, to consider it. I even spoke with some folks who were willing to call a special meeting to speak with Councilmember Abbott and to make inquiries of staff, and I think that all would be very well received. I do think that Councilmember Moss made the point before I could. I do think we have to acknowledge, and I wasn't here, so I can't speak to this, and this is no dispersions on the other committees mentioned, but the reason this committee was formed was because there is a community of people who are feeling unheard on the issue of chickens and on the issue of mini pigs, which may be a small but passionate constituency. And this council, this body, has ignored their request to even consider it, as far as I can tell. If I'm wrong, please let me know. I'm not aware that the Agricultural Advisory Commission has made a recommendation or made a consideration of this, and it's well known and established in the record that this is an issue that people are interested in. So my question would be why? Why hasn't the Planning Commission, why hasn't the Agricultural Advisory Commission taken up this issue? And this has resulted into where we are today. So I think we should keep them in the fold, but I think for all the reasons I stated, I think it's appropriate to move forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Wilson?
So if this is going to be a committee and not a commission, I'm just trying to work my way through this. Why do we need 3-year and 4-year terms if they're going to be studying this and giving recommendations?
The terms was a result of a recommendation from the city attorney's office to define it. And we matched it to what the Agriculture Advisory Board, well, I don't think we matched it exactly. But the terms are irrelevant to me, frankly. We just needed, it was felt that it'd be defined.
So
Mr. Stiles?
Well, actually, this recommendation came from the clerk, not from the city
Apologies.
attorney's office.
I apologize.
But the city attorney's position would be that if this is to be a standing body, whether you call it a committee or a commission, rather than a temporary entity, then yes, you need to have term limits. If it is to be created to deal with an issue or a discrete number of issues over a short period of time, then you don't need term limits, which quite frankly is when we initially drafted the first resolution what we understood. It then sounded from the discussion last week that this was to be a standing committee that might address other issues going forward, at which case the question was then posed to me, should we have term limits? And if it's going to be ongoing in time, then yes, it should have term limits. So I hope that helps clarify the advice
If I
previously
could,
given.
let me clarify. I apologize for confusing. We were all talking together. So at any rate, I feel like the term limits would be a good idea because I think it's yet to be seen how long this committee will exist. I don't know if Councilman Berlucci feels the same way.
is this to be a standing committee to be going long-term, or is it a committee?
The idea was they
study
would have
this?
the opportunity to address issues other than the 3 that were named in the resolution if the committee felt in the future that there were other issues that the community had shared with them.
But is it to be like the beaches and waterways that just meet when there's an issue?
Let's defer it
Or
2 weeks.
No, this is worth discussing.
I think that it's too soon to tell if it'll be permanent or temporary. Does that clarify anything? I think there are the 3 issues that were laid out in the resolution, and then there's a potential for other issues. I know Councilman Berlucci brought up, gardening in suburban and urban areas, and perhaps there's initiatives there that could be addressed. So to be honest with you, I think that they will exist for a number of years just simply because at least one of these issues will take a long time to vet, in my opinion. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Moss?
Well, only in trying to get to a consensus. We are restarting our comprehensive land use plan again this summer. Clearly, you would like to think that on these 3 issues that are the main ones, are the ones that you'd want to have injected at some milestone within the development of that, so we would have that comprehensive look that we would want, I think. And I think that's achievable. So there is no harm in having a committee 1-year term that gives them time to run in parallel with the new comp plan that we're doing. And then if there's merit, revisit it. But I'm just trying to, how we get to a point where we can get all 11 of us to say, hey, we want those 3 issues addressed. We'd like to get them in the comprehensive land use plan when we adopt it, because that's what drives all the things that we do. And then people would be motivated to meet those milestones, and to do that, they're going to have to push other issues to the side. And then if they are very successful in getting that accomplished, then success breeds its own success, and I'm sure the future councils would endorse it continuing. But if it can't deliver, then obviously we wouldn't want to have another committee that we're nursing along that can't deliver. And that's nothing to say bad about who it would be, but I think that's the realism of the situation that we're in. But anyway, that's just my
I
thoughts.
could live with that. The 4-year terms for this it really troubles me. It just seems to be such a long time to be studying things that may not take that long. I could support the 1-year terms.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, Mr. Bellucci.
The motion is to defer for 2 weeks. If we were to defer for 2 weeks and we could have it come back and at that time, is that all right? Because we've got a lot of people waiting tonight to talk about these other things as well.
Well,
Bring something back in 2 weeks that represents a temporary 1 year, no longer, 1 year study group.
I think Councilmember Moss made what appears to me to be a reasonable compromise proposal that I would support, and that was the intent for my speaking. But I also want to take this opportunity to also really just reinforce the necessity that, as a body, that we make sure that we reach out to the Agricultural Advisory Committee, that they receive a briefing from staff as soon as possible about the issues that are at hand, and that we respectfully ask for their perspective on the issues that will be addressed by this committee, and that it's meant to work complementary, and that it's any slight was not by design, but by accident, and we can and should work together.
Okay. Ms.
I
Henley?
certainly don't want to impose staff in the middle of this. I think maybe it's appropriate for the two of you to come to the Ag Advisory Commission and hear what they have to say. I don't think we need to put staff in the middle of any kind of disagreement here.
I don't think it's
I
a
really think that we have, if we simply, have time next time to look at what we're really approving so that we all are on the same page.
Okay. At this point, we have a motion, a substitute motion, which is the primary motion at this point, to defer for 2 weeks. We have an appropriate second. Are we ready to at least vote on this? Yes.
I'm ready to vote if, are you going to change your motion to
I'm
a
prepared.
one-year term?
I'm prepared to support a one-year term, and I would also like to echo what Councilmember Lucci said, and I'm happy to meet with anybody who'd like to meet about it, so
Okay,
I'd
thank
be happy to do that.
Would you like to, stay with the motion to defer, Ms. Henley?
That makes more sense to me than not knowing what we're
Okay.
voting on.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote on that. The motion is to defer for 2
I
weeks.
think all of this can be made clear.
Okay. Okay. Motion to defer.
Councilmember Abbott?
Nay.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Abbott?
Nay.
Councilmember Bellucci?
No.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones? Aye. Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse?
Nay.
Councilmember Tower?
Nay.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Nay.
So by a vote of 1, 2, 3, 4 to 7, the motion to defer has been denied.
Okay, now, is there a new motion, Ms. Abbott?
I'll make a motion to amend that, to amend it to 1 year term, to amend resolution to appoint the members of the Urban Agriculture Advisory Committee to 1 year terms.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, any discussion on this? Can we call for the vote?
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Bellucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Nay.
Councilmember Jones? Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
No.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 8 to 3, you have approved the ordinance or resolution as amended.
Okay.
Seeing how wards are going to work.
Okay, at this point, I think we're ready to move on to some of the planning items, okay? And the first one is number 1, Anatoly and Joy Drischello for the street closure at 7.5, oh, that's on consent, my apologies. Number 2, Gerard Janik, conditional use permit short-term rental at 4503 Guam Street, District 4, Bayside.
I do not have the applicant registered, but I'd like to call his name just in case. Gerard Janik. He didn't register via WebEx, and we do not have him registered in person. So we have 2 speakers in opposition. The first one is Daniel Blevins, and after Mr. Blevins will be Barbara Messner. Mr. Blevins may be over in the overflow, so they'll send him over.
Mr. Blevins, I presume.
Would you like to go ahead and hear Ms. Messner since she's in the room?
Yes.
And Ms. Messner, if you'd come to the lectern.
Good evening.
Good evening. Daniel Blevins, 4622 Lauderdale Avenue, Chicks Beach. Good evening, council members, mayor. I come here tonight to oppose the short-term rental on Guam Street. And the reason is that short-term rentals are not they are not compatible with neighborhoods. On the night of February 28th, about 5 in the morning, I guess I should say, I was getting ready for work and hear a lot of what I thought at first to be fireworks. Firecrackers, maybe. There's people always shooting off fireworks in Chicks Beach. Anyway, it turned out to be, I heard in a later report, it's a lot of shooting, or a lot of pops. And come to find out later, it was a drive-by shooting. And that happened on Ocean View Avenue, and it was the result of a party that was going on at a short-term rental. I know by reading the conditions of the use permit, there's several things that are intended to prevent this type of incident happening. One of those is item number 4 of the conditions. Says that no more than the allowed number of people can be occupying the house at any given time. The problem with that is there's no way to enforce that type of requirement. There's also item 5 on the conditions of the use permit states that that the owner or operator of the property is to provide the name and telephone number of a responsible person that can be contacted. And I'm assuming this is in the event of an urgent situation. It doesn't say who gets that information or how they're supposed to be contacted, but they're supposed to be available to address this situation within 30 minutes. This is, I don't know how that can possibly work, or nor is it enforceable, that someone could contact deal with the urgent situation within a 30-minute time period.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jones has a question for you.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Can you turn your microphone on, Mr. Councilmember Jones, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you know, is the owner a resident here or?
From reading the Planning Commission notes, the owner lives in New Jersey.
I see.
Of this unit, and he plans on using it as himself during, I think, July of each year, or this summer, I guess. But in the meantime, when he's not here, he wanted to use it as a short-term rental. And if you go through the conditions of the conditional use permit, a lot of these items sound great. Insurance policies, no amplified speakers, after 10 o'clock, and no type of amplified music. None of these things are enforceable. For instance, on this one, he agreed that he would limit the number of people to 2 people per bedroom. So this short-term rental has got 2 bedrooms, so in theory, only 4 people could be there at any given time. That's not going to happen, okay? And it's not enforceable. Can you ever determine how many people are there? And it's gonna, what it does, it just creates an environment where you have a bunch of event houses, parties going on, so, you know, after graduation, whatever. And what we're seeing is more and more, and not to mention Neighborhood Watch, it's kind of renders that useless because you don't know who's coming and going, up and down the streets. I'm still starting to scratch the surface with regard to short-term rentals, and I'm learning more and more about them. But we've noticed for a long time that there's just a lot of strangers coming and going. I understand there's only 14 short-term rentals that have been approved in Chesapeake Beach area. And my understanding is that there's a lot more that might be illegal. We can't even get control over the illegal ones, and we continue to approve conditional use permits. I understand that there's some conversation about overlay districts, and so I wish that would go ahead and occur. I understand that Chicks Beach is not going to be part of that overlay district. That's what I understand. There was some conversation in the notes from the Planning Commission meeting about, well, you know, there was no opposition because there's nobody being represented at Chesapeake Civic League. The Civic League has been devastated by COVID. We haven't been having any meetings or anything like that. So we're starting to have meetings again. So there's going to be more community involvement with regards to trying to stop short-term rentals, because they're not good for the neighborhood. And
Thank you. You answered my question.
yes, sir.
The next speaker is Barbara Messner. And that's all the speakers that have signed up on this item.
I'm just going to wait for Mr. Wood to be seated.
Your time has started.
I don't want my time started if I haven't started speaking.
Okay.
Mr. Wood, I wish you would have said something about the dogs so people would be informed and all that back and forth. And then you give Ms. Abbott what she wants, Anyway,
No,
this has
we're on
everything
short-term
to do.
rentals.
Okay, it has everything to do with our neighborhoods, what's happening to our neighborhoods. And like I said, and like the gentleman said, and Ms. Henley's been aware since 2014, the short-term rentals, we don't have people from the health department checking them out. We don't have code enforcement. Our police are overworked. Our firemen are overworked. When you have high density and parking, people can't even get to fires. August 25th, you had a lot of people here. On Westminster Canterbury, there was a lot of opposition. People have been opposing the problems in the neighborhood, uncontrolled growth for a long time, and the fact that we keep having more crime. And, like I said, Mr. Wood talked about, the fact that if your dog goes in the yard with a chicken, that people have the right to shoot your dog, which that wasn't brought up. You didn't bring that up. So,
Ms. Messner, could you please?
Okay, I'm talking about safety issues. Are the chickens going to be allowed in the short-term rentals? Are they going to bring their chickens and their pet? Oh,
Boy, you
you're
just
laughing.
really complicated things, didn't you?
Okay,
I thought we were on a roll.
you are on a roll of doing what the hell you please whenever you want. It's a
Ms.
joke.
Messner,
Okay,
mutual respect.
okay, mutual respect. Ms. Abbott says she'll get back with people. She hadn't got back to me since 2016. Y'all don't get back with people unless they
Okay, could you
are
focus
approved.
on the item at hand, as
All right.
stated in the speaker policy?
Okay, like I said, the health department hasn't been checking on these. You've had lots of input, and, our neighborhoods and our children should be safe. You're allowing buses, school buses. Now, people can have businesses, all their work trucks in the neighborhood. The streets aren't safe, and you're adding more short-term rentals to destroy the neighborhoods, the quality, So, yeah, I'm unopposed, and I think it's great that you think it's funny. that I actually know what's going on, and I have the nerve to come up here and speak.
That's all the speakers, sir.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Blevins has made a good point. I also received 3 other emails in opposition of people who live in the neighborhood close by. One lady who lives, she says, right next door, her name's Lisa Turner. Some of you may know her. And so I agree with what they're saying. I think it's a problem. This gentleman lives in New Jersey that owns the place. He's not even around here. I just think it's going to be a problem, an additional problem in the Chicks Beach area, and I'm going to move to deny.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Open for the vote.
This is a motion to deny. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, you have denied this application.
Okay, moving on to platinum item number 3, Kim Davenport for a conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 8809 Atlantic Avenue, units A and B, District 5, Lynn Haven.
The applicant's representative is Jeff Haney. After Mr. Haney will be the applicant, Mr. Kim Davenport.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. My name is Jeff Haney. I'm an attorney at the law firm Virginia Beach Law Group. Mr. and Mrs. Davenport have asked that I speak for them tonight. Mr. Davenport is here. If you have any questions specifically for him, we're happy to attempt to answer them. I think it's probably important first that I compliment your planning staff. They have been very informative and accessible throughout this process, and especially Mr. Will Miller, who I've talked to directly. It might be helpful for the council to have a brief history on this property. The duplex, it is a duplex, as you can see on the screen. It was built in 1969, and while it was well built, it did suffer some deterioration over time. Mr. Davenport and his wife purchased the property in 2018, and they immediately began reparations to the property, both the interior and the exterior. Mr. Davenport subsequently also furnished the interior with new appliances and furniture. In about April of 19, the Davenports found out that they needed to get approval from the commissioner, or a registration with the Commissioner of Revenue to operate the STR, which they did throughout their short-term rental of this property. They did pay taxes, they did operate. It wasn't until about August of 2020 that the Davenports became aware of the CUP requirement. Once they did, and they found out through word of mouth. They, through the media, through other sources, made their application for a CUP, conditional use permit. Their initial application was denied, or it was rejected actually by staff because it did not include any off-street parking whatsoever. The lot is almost completely built out with a house and a deck on the left side of the picture that you're looking at. There was no off-street parking. There is still no off-street parking. The Davenports would park where you see arrows pointed to a small car along Atlantic Avenue. Going through the CUP process, they learned of the requirements that you were proposing in your new short-term rental zoning and ordinance amendment. They're aware that 4 off-street parking spaces are required. The site plan that's been submitted and agreed to will involve the removal of the deck on the north side of the house and make way for both an apron off 89th Street. Thank you. So 4 off-street parking spaces will be created. The staff analysis for this application, as you know, is an approval. The staff has done a thorough analysis, not only of the existing land use on this site, but the surrounding land uses. And of course, as the council knows, this property only has two neighbors. To the north is, of course, Fort Story, and of course, to the west is Atlantic Avenue, Shore Drive. There are only two properties impacted, if at all, by this application. Staff approved or recommended approval of this application with no less than 18 conditions being applied to it. And while I won't read you all of those conditions, they're before you tonight, the most notable are that, of course, the 4 off-street parking spaces will be created, that there will be no more than one rental in any consecutive 7-day period, which we know is an important issue to council and the commission, that a responsible party will be available to address conditions occurring at the property, of course, by phone within 30 minutes and in person within an hour. Mr. Davenport and his wife live in Tidewater. He actually has a condominium on 24th Street that he lives in quite frequently. Otherwise, he has a house in Suffolk that they live in. So they are within that hour response time. The staff also recommended that occupancy be limited to only 2 persons per bedroom. That's not a problem. We fully agree with that requirement. And that signage, insurance, and other issues are addressed. Also, it is important for those listening to understand that if this is granted tonight, this STR will expire in 5 years. And while it may be renewed administratively, if there are any problems, valid problems with the operation of this cup, it will no longer exist. I think it's important for those listening to understand, as far as land use decisions go, to be able to set a sunset provision like that puts a performance obligation on Mr. and Mrs. Davenport to make sure there are no problems. Now, during the commission's review and during the public comment period, Mr. and Mrs. Davenport learned that their neighbor to the east, I believe it's pronounced Mr. and Mrs. Gressick, had a problem with the removal of a tree that would be necessary in order to create these 4 parking spaces. And we understand the importance of the tree canopy in the north end. To that end, while a tree will have to be relocated, Mr. and Mrs. Davenport are willing to accept an additional condition that a live oak will be planted off the parking spaces to the west near Atlantic Avenue. Landscape experts have suggested a species called high-rise live oak, which will not interfere as much with the visibility at the intersection for traffic. Furthermore, the Davenports and I have heard your concerns about STRs, one of which is there is no inspection regime available for you to inspect these STRs once you've approved them or once they exist. The Davenports are willing to proffer, to offer, to accept a condition that an annual inspection may be conducted by the appropriate city staff to the appropriate code regime, whether it be the property maintenance code, the zoning ordinance, whatever it is. They would be willing to allow that inspection to occur annually, if need be. If any violations are cited and aren't corrected, the conditions would be violated, and we, of course, have a problem. I suspect it's probably worth noting that this particular property is within the proposed, if not controversial, STR district for the north end. It is within what some of us might call the resort area. It is probably 200 feet from the beach. It's not back into the west side of the north end where there's going to have to be crossings of Atlantic Avenue by the Davenport's guest. It is, if you look at the house and the lot, it's well suited for rental. It's probably even better suited from a use standpoint for resort short-term rentals. And this property is probably unique in that regard to other applications you may hear tonight and otherwise. As to the Davenports themselves, they are local. They've proven to be responsible carrying owners. They are residents of Tidewater, as I said, and they care about both their property and their neighbors. They monitor the property through frequent visits and they have installed security cameras on the exterior of the property to monitor both trash, parking, and other activity that occurs on the site. I won't go into the positive fiscal impacts. I think council is well aware what these STRs generate as far as tax revenue. It is substantial. I don't think that needs to be overstated. Not that we're suggesting that you put a price on the north end, but it is something to consider. It is a positive fiscal impact. Did I mention we're going to create 4 parking spaces in the north end? So, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, we simply ask that you approve this application. If you have any concerns whatsoever, we're happy to address them. Thank you.
Okay, any questions at this point? Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Did Mr. Davenport wish to speak? This is the applicant, Kim Davenport.
Thank you. City Council members, thank you for your time. My name is Kim Davenport. My wife and I are the owners of 8809 Atlantic Avenue, applying for the short-term rental CUP. I'm sure you will hear reasons to disapprove of my application from others, but I believe I have substantive reasons to not disapprove, which leaves approval of the application as a reasonable outcome. I understand the biggest legitimate complaint is the lack of parking in North End, and as Jeff so adequately spoke already, I'm putting in parking on my property, which will free up parking that we're currently using up to the side of the house. My residence is on Atlantic Avenue, so there's no tenant traffic that goes into the Oceanside or Landside neighborhoods. The residence has a very low profile. I'm the last house on Atlantic Avenue before entering Fort Story, so it has exposure to only the residential neighbor facing east on the ocean side. No exposure facing west on the land side, where Atlantic Avenue is. No exposure north across 89th Street, which is forested. The residence is made to be a short-term rental occupancy. It's small, 900 square foot per unit, with little outdoor patio space. It will rent to a 4-person family or less, and does not have enough space for a loud outdoor gathering. As far as noise issues, I have never received a complaint from any of my neighbors about my tenants. In fact, the majority of the noise in the neighborhood originates from the Fort Story vehicular traffic, which makes my property as a full-time owner-occupied resident not so much desirable. The tenants are going to generally be middle-income families who don't care for the noise and late-night activity of the resort area, but prefer the quaint North End atmosphere, as this is their lifestyle and the type of property that is affordable to them. I keep the residents in good order and up to date for safety standards, and I will be and continue to be available for immediate notification and on-site appearance with 1 hour if needed. I hope you give full and unbiased consideration to my application, as it is a large impact to the effort and financial investment my wife and I have made. Thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Wood?
So, sir, you own the property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's 3 trees that I saw there. Which one are you taking out?
Tree closest to 89th Street, which is the nearest on the corner.
So in the photo, which one is it?
It's the immediate one right in front,
Okay.
which has to be taken out just for the parking spaces themselves, which is already permitted and approved.
And so the staff write-up indicates that there was parking at some point, and some point it was removed, but that was done before you owned the property?
As far as we know, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gail Matolo. And after Ms. Matolo will be Barbara Messner.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you. My name is Joan Fox. I'm a North End resident and have been since 2011, and a lifetime resident of the city of Virginia Beach. Mr. Jones, I know your son Paul. I'm here speaking on behalf of 65 of my neighbors who signed a petition opposing any change to the short-term rental ordinance, but also opposing any additional short-term rentals until the city identifies how many short-term rental applications and permits have been granted at the North End. I actually submitted the signatures to Mr. Wood by email, and I have the originals today to submit. VRBO and Airbnb are businesses, and both are public companies. They answer to investors, not to neighborhoods, not to neighbors, not to municipalities. People who live in their homes, usually their biggest asset, are unrepresented stakeholders and victims of the STR disruption. Investors, the travelers, online operators, tourism industry, lobbyists, and politicians are operating a business, and the North End is a neighborhood, not a business district. Airbnb's attorneys and lobbyists have been working for years to change zoning and regulations to accommodate their efforts. I think they just went public in November of 2020 to the tune of $100 billion. I pulled some articles published during the last 6 months from various cities: Lake Oswego, Oregon; Reno, Nevada; Crested Butte, Colorado; the Poconos, New York; and Scottsdale, Arizona. Excerpts from these articles: broken neighborhood fiber, strangers without incentive to be good neighbors, ruins security, friendliness, and quality of life. As a witness to the outcome of what an STR can do, high speed, and we all walk our dogs, people are out with their children, complete speed problems, noise, trash collection on Tuesdays. If they check out on a Saturday, then trash sits on the street for 3 days. And then, of course, there are the extremes: crime, shootings, 55th Street, flash parties with hundreds of kids descending upon a neighborhood in the dark, and we are putting our police officers at risk. They are not equipped with any rules or regulations. There's no ordinance in place for them to deal with noise.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Gail Matolo.
Do you want the signatures?
I'll take it.
Yes, if you can give them to the city clerk. Thank you.
Barbara Messner.
Y'all should remember when Gail Mattola spoke many times, and I really appreciate the person who spoke for her. I mean, to replace a live oak tree, that is the city official tree of the city, and that's one of the best ways to stop erosion. You can't just replant it. You can't just replace wetlands. Yeah, you are destroying the neighborhoods, and you are all liable. I've said it I don't know how many times. Every time you ignore even one person who lives there, it doesn't have to be 65 people. You know, if somebody gets hurt because you've approved many hotels and this commercialization of neighborhoods, you are liable, and they can sue you. And like she said, our police are not equipped for anything. You just uncontrolled growth, you give them more jobs, and you know, I've asked Mr. Tahan, you know, to have better signage so we're aware of everything that's going up. You know, and not just the adjacent properties, but everyone's affected when there's no longer any, when everybody paves their entire front yard for their own parking and there's no place for the public. Yeah, 311 is overworked. And, you know, like I said, when y'all go back and forth, oh, well, I wish I could, or maybe, and then it's token votes, you're all liable to, and you're supposed to be protecting the neighborhood, and you're supposed to be taking care of our first responders. Thank you.
Are you Gail Matolo?
Good evening.
Good evening. I was sitting outside as told by the police because there was not a chair available. So I have not heard the other opposition to 8809 Atlantic Avenue. But I will speak tonight as a former military wife. The home on 8809 Atlantic Avenue is 50 feet from Fort Story, a strategically significant military base to the entrance of Chesapeake Bay and home of the Navy SEALs. The planning staff recommended approval for an STR, but wisely the Planning Commission is sending a recommendation of denial 8-0. It still must be voted by the City Council. It would be potentially devastating and irresponsible act to allow an STR at this property. It is not, it's an unconventional property as it is. The density of our immediate 2 blocks of 88th Street and 89th area is enough to deny. We are in the upheaving process of 6 additional homes being built by developers on 3 lots on the land side of 88th Street, which could apply for STRs. 2 more cups have been granted this year, one on 87th and one on 88th. Not only is it disruptive to a residential neighborhood of over 100 years, but to place such STR density near a military base is potentially dangerous for the people who live there. Further, in order for STR at 8809 Atlantic to accommodate 4 spaces of parking, another tree will have to be cut down. We've lost probably 12 trees in the last 6 months. Even then, 2 of the parking spaces would be partially in a right-of-way. Do not vote for a conditional use permit to allow a short-term rental of 8809 Atlantic Avenue. The limit of STR percentage in the north end is a false flag, as it can be changed in the future. As a city council, you are mandated to protect the people and the community you serve. This action of overlays and STR is a violation to your oath and the people of Virginia Beach. Please do not allow this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is via WebEx. Carol Ashman. Ms. Ashman, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Carol Ashman. I own 207 and 209B 88th Street and live at 209B. I urge you to vote against this proposed STR at 8809 Atlantic, which is 50 feet from Fort Story, a strategically vital military base. To remind you of what a bad idea it is, the Planning Commission is sending a recommendation to deny it 8-0. Allowing the property to become a short-term rental is unthinkable for a number of reasons. First, its proximity to Fort Story is unacceptable. Ensuring a secure area around such an important military facility is imperative. If it became an STR, there would be no way to control who rents it. With a steady stream of potentially sketchy, disreputable transients with potentially malign motives. Of course, the density and crowding of the 2 blocks of the 88th and 89th Street areas that have been allowed to occur over the last year are reason enough to deny this new request. We have been slammed with 6 huge new homes being built by developers on 3 lots on the land side of 88th Street, all of which could apply for STR. We don't want loud parties, increased cars, garbage, drug dealing, gunfights, and drag racing in our residential neighborhood. Not only is it destructive to our community, but to place such aggravations, crime, and the potential for other crimes near a vital military base is potentially dangerous for all of us who live here. And then there's the parking. To include 4 parking spaces for the property, a tree would have to be cut down, and despite that, 2 of the parking spaces would still be partially included in a right-of-way. Plus, you mentioned planting a tree to make up for the one cut down. Well, that would take years for that tree to mature and replace the canopy. Please vote against a conditional use permit to allow a short-term rental at 8809 Atlantic Avenue. The limit of STR percentage in the north end may seem reasonable, but it is in fact a subterfuge. Why? The reason is that it can be changed in the future. As city council members, it's your duty to protect the people and the community you are serving. Approving these offensive overlays and STRs is a violation of your oath to the people. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hawley, if you'd like to come up for rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't know what to say. We did not know that this STR was going to be a matter of national security. We think Fort Story can probably take care of itself, frankly. We think that the fact it is open space actually enhances the application. And for that reason, we think council should consider this a unique and positive application. As to the tree, one speaker suggested that we were removing an old live oak. I can assure you it's not. I'm not an arborist, but I think, I want to say at best it might be a cedar tree. We are replacing that tree with a live oak because we understand the importance of that species in the north end. Most of the comments that we've heard, and I think you've heard, have been generally against STRs, period. And I don't know how we can address that. STRs are actually here to stay one way or another. We're doing the best we can absolutely do. I don't know that I could present a better application. We have a local owner who's shown responsibility, who, if any of the situations that have been described tonight occur, will be a bigger problem for him than they are for you. He will not tolerate it. It's his property. It's his investment. Nobody stands more to lose than he does if any of this occurs. If there are any questions, we're happy to address them, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Wood.
Thanks. So, Mr. Tejada, I have a few questions for you. I was reading the Planning Commission verbatim, and it seems to indicate that there were 64 rentals without a conditional use permit. Is that accurate? Because the write-up you have here indicates that it's being rented for 31 to 60 days or 61 to 120 days currently.
That is correct. The applicant is currently renting the property. It is listed, but it is being rented for 30 days. Once they submitted their application, as their representative noted, they changed from short-term rentals to long-term rentals.
Okay. And so this, they made their application in November of 20?
Sorry.
Well, do you know when they stopped renting it for short-term rentals?
Maybe we only have the listing as we have noted, and in the timeline that we have. It may be best to ask the applicant when they stop renting it. But it is noted that it was for within the 61 to 120 days for one of the units, while it was 30 to 60 days at the time of the staff report which was written in April, so.
Okay. Let me ask the applicant or his attorney.
I think the answer to your question, Vice Mayor, is that they ceased short-term rental in August of 2020 once they discovered that the CUP was required. And they have not commenced short-term rental since that time.
So they didn't know until August of 2020 that a CUP was
That is when they finally got, they made the application to the Commissioner of Revenue. I think like many STR owners, without being told or following up with zoning. While we're not blaming anybody at the Commissioner's office or anywhere else, it just was not apparent to them until August of 2020 that this was required. And once they found out, they immediately stopped, canceled the rentals, and went to essentially friends and family and long-term rentals after that date. But yes, they were not notified by the city that they were in violation. And it's also important to note that through August 2020, the rentals that they did have, they did pay taxes on the hotel tax on those rentals.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate it. I tend to agree with the Planning Commission on this one. I think the parking's horrible, and I think for short-term visitors, it's significantly worse. The applicant certainly has the right to cut down a tree on their property. I just don't think it's appropriate to do that. I'm concerned with the fact that the existing parking is in the right-of-way. At some point, the parking was removed, not by the applicant, but by others. The opposition to this is fairly significant. The only way that I would support this is if they limit it, and I would ask the applicant if they want to limit their rentals to one bedroom per side and not create the driveway and take out the tree. And if you want to think about that and defer it for 30 days, I'm happy to do that.
May I consult with Mr. Davenport for just a moment?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wood. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would prefer, I think the applicant would prefer that you defer a decision.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I move.
And that we look at the issue of occupancy. It hasn't come up before. We simply followed staff's lead on the 2 per bedroom. If you are suggesting 1 person per bedroom?
I'm suggesting, the staff can talk to you about that, but limiting the occupancy so it only requires two total spaces.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, okay, very
So,
good.
Mr. Mayor, I move that it's be indefinitely deferred.
Motion for deferral, second.
Second.
We have a second. Any other discussion? Okay, we're open for the vote.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11-0, this application has been deferred indefinitely.
Okay, if we can push forward, we just, 2 more items. Number 5, Kerry Burnham Ray Conditional Use Permit, short-term rental, 400 Norfolk Avenue.
The
Unit-
applicant, the applicant, Kerry Burnham,
Okay, welcome.
and then the next speaker will be Benham Malcolm.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wood, and members of City Council. I'm here this evening seeking your approval for my conditional use permit for short-term rental. The application, after a long search for a home within walking distance to the beach, my wife and I, in December of 2020, found this 3-bedroom condo at 400 Norfolk Avenue. We currently own another home in Chesapeake, which is 30, 40-minute drive, depending on the time of day. When we bought the home, we just wanted to be able to walk to the beach, and I timed it myself. From sand to driveway, I'm 6.5-minute walk to the beach, and My children are local, my grandchildren are local. The Navy bought us here over 30 years ago, and we've been in Virginia Beach and Chesapeake. 21 of those years been in Virginia Beach, and we just love being able to walk to the beach and come back to our place and spend the rest of the evening. But we also thought about doing short-term rental, and our realtor led us to vbgov.com and /STR, and we dove into the application process, and we've been doing everything that the Planning Commission has been helping us work through. One of the things that was identified shortly after applying was the far end of the driveway that's toward Norfolk Avenue was 8 feet wide versus 9 feet wide. Never did I imagine just adding a foot of concrete to the side for a minimum to meet the parking requirements for the city. As you can see by there, we had a landscaping company come out, and we did a foot and some additional pavers, decorative papers, so this is cosmetically appealing to the neighborhood. You know, that's our goal here. We may retire at one time, you know, when we get to that age, my wife and I, and we don't want to do the bare minimum here. We want to be good neighbors. So while we're on the subject of good neighbors, those people are Gus and Lara and Amanda and Katie and Corey and Holmes and Kim. That's my neighbors to the sides, and my neighbor behind me where our driveways empty out on the 9th Street at the same spot. I can tell you, the men of those households, I've looked them in the eye and said, it is the utmost importance to my wife and I that we are good neighbors. They have both of our personal cell numbers. If this gets approved and we end up renting this at some time in the future and there's ever an issue, they know that they can call us, and my wife or I will be on station to take care of that. So the city isn't ever called, and 311 is never flooded with these calls. We're just trying to do things right. We just want an opportunity, if that ever arises, to do short-term rentals. How often that'll be, I don't know, because we love being in that home as well. You know, we're just trying to do the right thing. We're not in a position right now with our home in Chesapeake so we can move to Virginia Beach full-time, but, you know, this will help us out with 2 mortgages. I'm going to manage this myself. I'm not going to employ a management company because I know there's people on the fence both ways, but I don't see how a company could manage my house better than I could. You know, this is our home. This isn't our business, you know, so we'll be in there just as much, if not more, than anybody that we would ever let rent our place. So, you know, we're just seeking your approval, trying to do the right thing as a resident of Virginia Beach, and I'm standing by for any questions.
Okay, any questions at this point? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
The next speaker is Benham Malcolm, and then Barbara Messner.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Benham Malcolm. I live at 319 Norfolk Avenue, which is almost directly across the street from 400. In summary, I'm opposed to the proposal of the STR application for a number of reasons. Number one, the STR being a community at the east end of Norfolk Avenue, which has no registered and approved STR rentals. The STR would also fall outside or just outside the Ocean Overlay District that is being considered for approval and being heard later on this evening. The application was submitted on January 13th, 2021, which is after the original cutoff date of October 2020, when new short-term rental applications would be required to comply with the intent of the pending code. The application for 400B shows the limitation of 1 rental per 7 days was discussed with an applicant, which is the acknowledgement of an awareness of the pending STR regulation changes. Yet other aspects of the new code, like STRs are not allowed outside the Ocean Overlay District, were not incorporated into the application recommendation. This seems like selective inclusion of the new rules. If approved, the CUP would be good for 5 years, which could subsequently transfer to the STR to new investors without review by the community. Our community, Lake Station, located just across the street, has opposed multiple short-term rental applications that have been submitted for our community. And looking at the property map associated with the hearing, you'll see a number of light blue dots in our community representing registered short-term rentals and one red dot representing one that was reviewed and denied by this board very recently. As a reminder, the light blue dots represent short-term rental properties where the Commissioner of Revenue is collecting revenue for what is essentially unapproved STRs. By collecting revenues, the Commissioner's Office is supporting an illegal STR business. This is a major enforcement and process problem between zoning and the Commission of Revenue. During the planning hearing for 400 Norfolk Avenue, discussion with one commissioner while looking at the map said, quote, I do not think a lot of condos in the area and a lot of other multifamily setup types. I want to think that we're approved, a couple very close to this may be on the other side of the street. This statement is incorrect. There have been no short-term rentals approved on the east end of Norfolk Avenue. So what is there are no dark blue dots that are representing short-term rentals within the area of 400 Norfolk Avenue. So again, approval of the 400 Norfolk Avenue as an STR is departure from the characteristics of the community represented at the south end, at the east end of the street, and I want to urge you not to approve the short-term rental for 400 Norfolk Avenue. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
The next speaker is Barbara Messner, and after Ms. Messner will be Thomas Belvin, I'm sorry.
Good evening. As stated by so many people, they want quality of life in their neighborhood. They want to feel safe. And, if the hotels, these are basically, moving, adding to the number of people that are going to be going throughout the city, especially to the ocean front. So, I don't even understand how you can consider this. The people in Chatelawn have spoken to you many, many times. You have an industrial brewery, Back Bay Brewery there. That's manufacturing and distribution plus bars that are open, without restaurant license. So, that's a major corridor. You're closing off all these roads. 19th Street, you want it to be pedestrian, 17th Street pedestrian, and you're allowing some people who don't have enough parking to buy spaces in the parking garages. There's less and less parking. You keep, selling off the parking for, the sports center. And, like I said, you're all liable. And the fact that you deferred something when you had major opposition is outrageous. Thank you.
Thomas Belvin is the last speaker.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for listening. I am Thomas Belvin, owner of 313 Norfolk Avenue, which is located in the Lake Station condominium complex across the street from this property. And I'm here tonight to express my opposition to the request by the owner-investor of 400B Norfolk Avenue. I have 3 points. Point number 1, owner-investor versus property. I do not know the current owner-investor and have no reason to expect anything but the best. But since the STR conditional use permit follows and is attached to the property and not the owner-investor, you're not considering approval based on the current ownership, but also any future owners as well. Number 2, overlay districts. This property is currently located outside of the proposed overlay districts being considered for short-term rentals by right. Approving this property location defeats the efforts and reasoning behind the overlay districts. And then number 3, process and enforcement. As per my email that I sent all of y'all last week, it came to light recently there's a disconnect between planning and the Commissioner of Revenue in terms of short-term rentals. it appears that there are, as earlier spoke, there were 5 registered short-term rental operations in our complex. None have been approved, but yet the city has been collecting taxes for those illegal business operations. So if the city cannot enforce illegal STRs, how will it enforce legitimate ones? The city needs a clear and transparent review and accountability process, and there is no enforcement process for short-term rentals. Once approved, the STR owner-investor has 5 years and an automatic renewal for the CUP. If a renter misbehaves, then the owner can just keep the security deposit, and the city may fine the owner, but there's no real accountability for following the rules, especially in real time. I've owned 313 Norfolk Avenue since 2012 and want to maintain the community that's existed since I've joined the community. Short-term rentals will fundamentally impact the use and enjoyment of my property, and I urge you not to approve this request for a conditional use permit for short-term rental. Thank you for your time. Stay safe.
Thank you.
The applicant, Mr. Burnham, if you'd like to come up for a rebuttal.
Good evening again. I respect the comments of the concerned neighbors, as I would be a concerned neighbor as well. I can't speak for people that haven't done the CUP and Commissioner of Revenue. All I know is I've registered with the Commissioner of Revenue. I've filled out the CUP application. This is a less dense area. There's 3 streets around my property. Just looking for an approval this evening, and thank you for your time.
Okay. Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Planning Commission was divided on this, and there was a discussion about it. I think this is a close call, frankly. I think the applicant's quite sincere in his desire and his willingness to abide by the rules. I will tell him that he would not be the first STR owner, if he were one, that thought he knew how to run one until he didn't. It's not a business that is easy to do. It's a very difficult business, and there are lots of situations that experience is the best teacher. But I'm not going to dwell on that because I'm going to move to deny, and I'm doing it basically because of the configuration of this property with other neighbors. And I appreciate the fact that he's taken the time to get the existing neighbors' consent, but I think the way that the ingress and egress and the parking is configured and the use of the property without any other short-term rental experience around, I'm just not willing to impose that on the neighborhood that there does seem to be some opposition in, and so I'm going to move to deny.
Okay, motion to deny a second.
Second, and I'd like a query not answered tonight because I want it to be well-researched, but I would like the planning director to come back to us and comment relative to the comments being made about the blue dots, those particular places, are they grandfathered or not? But I'd like to have, a well-researched explanation of the representation made about those properties as to the accuracy and then what the real accurate description is, but not tonight, but in our packet on Friday.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, we're open for the vote.
The motion is to deny. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones? Aye. Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
I have a vote of 11-0. This application has been denied.
Okay, and the final item tonight is item number 9, Tanika Crew for a conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 3236 Winterberry in Princess Anne.
The applicant, Tanika Crew, did not register with us. We're just checking out to make sure she's not on WebEx. Tanika is her first name, T. I do not see her. Barbara Messner, and then Cheryl Scott.
Good evening. Okay, another short-term rental. Somebody was asking how many. It's 1,700 that we know of that are registered. And I think it needs to be noted when you talk about grandfathering, because there's another 1,700 on the pike. And, you know, it's on and on. And I don't think many people realize, if you look at the duty of the Planning Commission, it's to help people with their applications. They're hired to help people apply. There are a lot more things that could have been done since, 2015 when we started talking about the short-term rental problem. But this is Princess Anne District, and, it says Planning Commission denied. If the Planning Commission denies it, then why does it even come here? And why do y'all ask all these questions when you have time once it's on the agenda? And then you have your informal where you discuss it. I didn't look at informal today. There's not enough time. But, everyone isn't informed on these things. And I've said something about the, when it was in, as far back as last August, when you were changing the, those orange signs and you're putting white paper in plastic. People can't read that. And with the weather, and people hide it in the back and then they put it out front. It is a lack of due process, and everyone is affected by what goes on. Because these strangers that are coming into our town, not just the hotel where you have all the police there, but, throughout our city, they go to the stores, they go to Walmart, they drive on the roads. Our roads are falling apart. We can't handle the traffic. There's no parking. Yeah, this is outrageous that 11-1, when there's certain types of opposition, you all vote against, and then other times, it's like, oh, well, maybe this, that, the other. To think that, attorneys come here to speak for people, and it's investments. Everybody can't have a short-term rental because there'll be no homes left for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cheryl Scott, and after Ms. Scott will be Daniel Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council persons. So I live across the street, 5 houses down at, I should have told you, I'm Cheryl Scott. I live at 3209 Winterberry Lane. It's 5 houses down the opposite direction of her property. These speakers that have spoke today, they're not wrong. I agree with nearly everyone that is against these STRs. I believe once one gets in there, the rest of them are going to start, and I don't want it in my neighborhood. Transparency is part of this problem. The applicant, I would have never known anything about this until it showed up on an orange sign on her crepe myrtle. After the Planning Commission staff had approval, the commission itself denied the application. The sign came down and has been laying in her yard. So neighbors going back this by the house would think that everything is finished, but it's not finished. And there's a pool in her backyard. Her property butts up to a lake. She has 4 bedrooms. You're talking about 2 occupants per each. That would be 8 persons being in there. On top of which, those 8 persons, I would gather that they would bring friends. I have not actually, I've had experience with what I call the revolving door on properties. This was before STRs were ever given a title. I've seen it in my neighborhood, and trust me, it is an ugly, ugly picture. One of them was right next to me. It was a multitude of young military people. And the owner of the property lived in Richmond. He had no idea what was going on. I had one of those military people drive right up to my bedroom window on my property. I'm not having this kind of craziness go on with the neighbors that are in here. There's elderly neighbors. I include myself in that category. I'm a retiree. My husband's a retiree from active duty military. This is our last stop. This is where we're going to be. And we don't want a bunch of noise going on. We already have a lot of activity going on from Holland to Princess Anne. I don't know if you received my email. I had a terrible time writing that thing and getting it out to you, but I do not want to repeat myself in those things. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to, take those questions. Otherwise, I really wish you guys will deny this application. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Daniel Williams.
Here's one of my neighbors, and I agree with everything he had to say.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Daniel Williams. I live at 3045 Monet Drive. I live in the same neighborhood as this house at 3236 Winterberry Lane. I've been a resident there for 37 years. I'm here to ask you tonight to please deny the short-term rental conditional use permit. And I'll read, due to time restraints, I just want to read a short paragraph that came out of something that initiated from City Council. That says, Article 23, Short-Term Rental Districts, Section 2300 Findings Intent states that in other parts of the city, other than Sandbridge and the resort area, short-term rentals are not compatible with residential use of surrounding properties and often cause of excess noise, illegal improper parking, traffic violations, congestion, and litter, thereby interfering with the quiet enjoyment of residential neighborhood in which they occur. Okay, Lansdowne Meadows is zoned R5D, very dense, with homes in very close proximity. You can see by the picture, the homes are about 5 feet from the property line, so that's about a 10-foot distance. So with the application, it said a person can rent it out every 3.5 days. So you're going to have strangers within 5 feet of somebody's house. And of course, in your house, you want to feel safe. That's the whole idea of living in a residential area. You feel safe in your house. With the number of people that would be coming in and out of the house, that would jeopardize that safety and the comfort. As Cheryl said, there's also a pool in the house, which invites more people to come. You got a pool, I'm coming. So that's more traffic, more people, and a pool party every 3.5 days. I have neighbors that have pools. They notify me when they're going to have a pool party. They have 3 or 4 a year, not every 3.5 days. This house, the application said that you have to have 4 parking spots, as you see on there. This house has a 10-foot driveway that's 26 feet long. If you notice that the parking plan that was approved by Planning Commission, it's 10 feet into the public street. It's not off-street parking. Their actual parking spaces are 10 foot into the city street. The house does not make the requirements. It's 4 bedrooms, so it would require 4 spots. And of course, it was denied on the 14th of April by the Planning Commission. I thank you very much for hearing me out, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's all the speakers as the applicant did not register.
Okay, Mrs. Henley.
Well, we did get a very nice letter from the applicant, and she said in her letter that because of her work schedule, she may not be able to be here tonight. So clearly, she is being considered. But this particular neighborhood is, as these speakers have said, is R5D, very dense. There are no other short-term rentals in the area at all. This would be the first. It's simply not an appropriate use in a residential neighborhood, anything like this at all. And the Planning Commission did recommend denial, and so my motion is going to be to deny.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, if we can call for the vote. Thank you, Mrs. Henley.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood? Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, this application's been denied.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank everybody that participated tonight, and I also wanted to thank the folks that, for the short-term rental public hearing. You know, this is obviously a very important thing, and we have a number of speakers. But with your indulgence and permission, if we could take a short 10-minute break, take time to stretch a little bit, and we'll be back, and we're more than willing to hear for you. Thank you. reconvene at this point, and once again, thanks everybody for their patience. And Madam Clerk, if we can call the first speaker.
I'm going to call three at a time.
Okay.
Just in case there's an overflow. We'll do in-person speakers first. Larry Horvath, Steve Ambrose, and Paula Whitehurst. Mr. Horvath?
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Name is Larry Horvath. I'm speaking on behalf of the officers and board of directors of the Bay Lake Pine Civic League. I just wanted to reiterate why we bought homes in that neighborhood. We bought those homes to grow old with our neighbors, to watch our children and our neighbors' children grow old with each other. All of the things that we all know that we hold dear to our hearts are threatened by short-term rentals. And I'm not talking about just the party crowd, but I'm talking about the fact that it takes a long time to develop relationships with neighbors, and the short-term tenants disrupt that completely. I don't know why it's taken so long to get that point across. The zoning ordinances, they call it residential zoning. If you look in the dictionary, it's because it states that it's intended to be permanently and continuously occupied dwellings, one's legal domicile. The code and the words, the laws have been written, use the word residential zoning, because zoning means to permanently occupy. And we expect we expect the city and the laws to enforce those types of separation of business and zoning. I don't understand why the argument has been accepted that some homeowners should be able to monetize their homes. Most homeowners that buy into residential neighborhoods don't expect, maybe some once in their lifetime over a 30-year mortgage or whatever, may rent out their home for a long term, but they don't most homeowners don't expect to rent out their homes every weekend, week after week, month after month, year after year. None of us have ever expected any of our neighbors to do that. And that point being taken is that those people that do that are outliers, and they're going against the expectations of their neighbors. So I don't know why we ever considered even enabling those people to do those things. They're not behaving in accordance with the way we all expect our neighbors to behave. I'm going to make one last reference to that point. Residential zoning means permanently occupy. It means to care for each other, to look after each other, to make it a home and a neighborhood. And I think that is pretty common sense, that's the commonly understood meaning of residential zoning. And we expect City Council to uphold that meaning. If words have meaning, you have to hold those words constant. So I think we've gotten to the point now where the new changes to the ordinance, we support
Thank you.
restriction on enabling these things to happen.
The next speaker is Steve Ambrose, and Paula Whitehurst, and then Bruce Klinger.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today about the proposed short-term rental overlay district. My name is Steve Ambrose. I've addressed you before on the issue of short-term rentals when an application was made for an STR in my neighborhood. You agreed then that these businesses are out of place and don't belong in our neighborhood. I'm here to ask you now to do the same thing again, and for the same reasons. I did a little research on the concept of zoning laws. I learned that zoning laws are created for the simple purpose of protecting the health, safety, and general welfare of the people as relates to land use. Moreover, I learned that zoning is intended to prevent new developments from interfering with existing uses and to preserve the character of a community. It's on these grounds that I make my case to you today. Chesapeake Beach consists of neighborhoods of families. Most of us have lived there for generations, raising kids and grandkids. Businesses such as STRs and event houses are completely out of character here. There's no benefit to our neighborhood. They do not enhance our property values, and they do negatively impact our quality of life. Now, if you've never endured 7 days of a neighboring house packed with out-of-town vacationers who are loud, disrespectful, and even profane, you really can't fully appreciate the scale of this impact. Please consider that the profits for the few do not outweigh the rights of the many. Now, Virginia Beach has resort districts. These have housed and welcomed vacationers since before our city was incorporated in the early 1960s. STRs and event houses can find suitable location in these parts of the city, but they should not be allowed to invade their businesses into our neighborhoods. These neighborhoods help make our city such a desirable place for so very many. It seems obvious from our proceedings this evening that there is much confusion and opposition to STRs. It seems like the overlay proposal would be a great step forward in organizing some of that and keeping it clear, helping us to get a better view. I urge you to support the short-term rental overlay district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Paula Whitehurst, Bruce Klinger, and then Gary Sharp.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Paula Whitehurst, and I live on 22nd and a half Street. I am asking you to look at these STRs through my eyes and the citizens who live in the Resort Beach area. Imagine, if you will, that your family lives in these neighborhoods. First, let's discuss the legal STRs that are bombarding our neighborhoods. Is there a limit or a cap to how many homes are approved? Do you take into consideration that there may already be 2 or 3 or 4 on that street? Do you take a good look at the parking situation and make sure that there is ample legal parking? Please remember that in this area, a residential parking permit is required for cars parked overnight. The illegal parking and no oversight is a real concern. Even though there are signs posted that say towing enforced, I haven't seen cars towed in years. And what is the repercussion for these STR homeowners whose guests shoot in the street and the bullet goes to the neighbor's house? Yes, that happened on 26th Street earlier this year. I would hope that there is a zero tolerance regulation that allows the city to shut that house down as an STR. We live here for the sereneness, not because we want to live next to a hotel. I would think that having too many STRs would defeat the purpose of filling up our many resort hotels anyway. Why is it harder to get a business license to work from home than it is to get a home approved for an STR? That doesn't sound right to me. Also, the guests who come here on vacation seem to have no regard for us who live next door, who have to wake up at 5:30 in the morning to go to work. Second, let's address the illegal STRs. I guarantee there are tons. How are concerned homeowners to know if their neighbor is running a legal or illegal STR? I know for a fact that across the street from me there is one that is not registered. I found that out because I had to call Kevin Hirschberger. This condo was grandfathered in, sleeps 8 guests, yet there are only 2 off-street parking spots. As of today, this homeowner has been issued a citation and fines, but the $250 to $500 fine is a mere slap on the wrist, considering this home is listed on Airbnb for up to $1,200 a night. Where are the oversights for these? I like the idea of somehow identifying STR with required signage out front. If I'm looking to purchase a home in an area, I would want to know if there was an STR next door. If we want to do all these STRs, perhaps have an oversight committee, including City Council, the Planning Commission, Civic League members, and police. And let's make sure that if we do call the police to report unruliness, noise problems, parking, that the officers do have the authority to file a complaint about the STR and have cars towed that don't have residential parking passes. The law must state that cops can enforce the noise ordinance after 10 p.m. without having to measure the decibels. This is how we keep our neighborhood safe. Our concerns need to be heard. I want to make sure that those who do not do STRs have as much voice as those who do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Bruce Klinger, Gary Sharp, and Alex Fadovic. Bruce Klinger, Gary Sharp, Alex Vadovic,
Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a homeowner on 33rd and Arctic. I'm opposed to the new overlay district proposal. One of the reasons is because in 2018, my wife and I purchased the house directly behind my parents' house to grow old with them as they retired. It was a perfect location based on the CUP regulations at the time. I was at 4 parking spaces for the 4 rooms, liability insurance, everything that fit the requirements. Obviously, with the pandemic and things that happened within our family, we weren't able to register for a CUP. We are in that process now, but based off the new overlay district, we do not fit within the Ocean Resort District by 100 feet. So I understand the rules and regulations. I agree with them. I agree with the concerns of all the residential areas. But based on the new proposal, we would be shut out of being able to short-term rent our location based on the overlay district. We are basically 2 blocks from Neptune Park. We're 2 blocks to a local brewery and a beer garden. So there's people, I understand, that don't want short-term rentals within their residential area. However, if you live in around an area that, me and my father live in, you would assume that these are short-term summer rentals for Virginia Beach, which we've been coming to for, 20 years at this point. So I'm for some of the regulations around making sure that there's enforcement and rules are followed, but to strictly say if you don't live in this area, you cannot rent your property based on, the districts that are already zoned, that seems unfair. If you're in Princess Anne and you want to rent a short-term rental, I totally understand. You're not near the beach. But some of these districts that are close to the resort area should have the right to at least apply through the CUP process. So my solution would be to anybody if the proposal for the overlays passes, that you still allow houses within certain areas to apply for a CUP, and then obviously on a case-by-case basis, which you guys all go through, should be able to apply and still be part of the STR process if they follow the rules. So I understand you guys have a tough job, lots of complaints, and I totally appreciate the opportunity to speak, but I just wish there'd be some forethought into how can we address the problems of the community with still allowing situations like mine and others that are within a very close proximity to the beach and the resort area that are going to be shut out based off the new overlay proposal. So I'm opposed to that proposal at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can I have your name?
Alex.
Thank you.
Alex Fatovich.
Thank you. Bruce Klinger, Gary Sharp, and then Robert Vadovic.
Good evening.
Good evening. We'll make this a family affair. I've wondered why the term conditional use permit became such a negative term. Let's break it down. Conditional use implies there are conditions. You meet the conditions, you should be okay for the use. Permit, we all remember having to have a driver's permit before you can get a license, and that came with conditions. To give a little context to what my son Alex talked about was that we lived in Northern Virginia. We moved to Northern Virginia 22 years ago, and I was a soccer dad, like many of you, I'm sure, traveling around the country to soccer tournaments, including Virginia Beach. When he grew out of travel soccer, we continued to vacation here for 15 years. And finally, after I retired, I was able to buy property here in Virginia Beach. We started looking at the north end, and of course, we couldn't afford it. So we moved south to 33rd Street.
and found a 3-unit condo where one of the units became available, which Alex bought. However, he's a soccer coach now at Columbia University in New York City, and he can't move down here. So his plan is to rent out his unit to earn a little cash until he's in a position to move down here and spend some time with us in the off-season. So there are a lot of reasons why the short-term rental works for us, particularly in that neighborhood. We are a stone's throw away from the oceanfront, and with the new ordinance denying short-term rentals outside the oceanfront overlay, we would be denied the opportunity to take advantage of living at the oceanfront. The federal government and the Commonwealth of Virginia is now professing to make life better and even the playing field for the little guys. This ordinance, as written, would take this opportunity away from us little guys in Virginia Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Gary Sharp. After Mr. Sharp will be Pope Woodard, and then Joan Davis.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is Gary Sharp, and I'm a resident of the North End and Vice President of the North Virginia Beach Civic League. Tonight I'm here to speak to you on behalf of the Civic League, its board and members, to convey our opposition to the STR overlay in the North End. We are an organization that represents the voices of more than 800 people and are committed to the preservation of our residential neighborhood. Currently, we have a petition of more than 1,200 individuals who support our longstanding and unwavering position on short-term rentals, which is as follows. First and foremost, we believe the North End should not be in an STR overlay. However, if STRs are going to be continued, we believe the following should apply. Number one, STRs should only be allowed at a frequency of 1 rental per week. Number two, the conditional use permitting process should remain required for all STRs. 3, density should be measured by the ratio of current legal STRs to total dwellings. The current 10.6% density ratio, which includes illegal STRs, is unacceptable. 4, garages should only count for 1 of the required parking spaces. There is simply no way to enforce whether garages will be kept clear to meet the mandated parking requirement. 5, each STR application must have a physical survey showing a detailed parking plan to ensure compliance. And 6, additional zoning inspectors must be funded and hired to promote and sustain the health, safety, and welfare of our neighborhood. Without the proper enforcement, all the effort we are putting into developing these rules will be for naught. No amount of planning will make up for lack of accountability. We do not want to see the quality of our community eroded by the infiltration of commercial enterprise, whose driving motivation is profit. This is where we live, where we raise our families. We take pride in our homes and the character of our neighborhood. Together, we are asking you as our elected representatives to adopt our recommendations and help preserve the beautiful beach neighborhood we all hold so dear to our hearts. Please choose the voice of the residential voting taxpayers of the North End with a well-thought-out approach to STRs. Do not burden us with STR business interests with limited regard for our well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Pope Woodard, Joan Davis, and then Elaine Feckety. Sir Pope Woodard, Joan Davis, Elaine Feckety. Joan Davis, Elaine Feckety, and then Brandon Beavers.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. Nice to see you. My name is Joan Davis, and I've lived in Sandbridge for 46 years. I've raised my children, and my grandchildren are still there. We're all still there. We love it, and I'm amazed to watch how the short-term rental market has changed drastically over the years, many years, 6 years at least. One thing for sure is pro-short-term rentals have not given a chair at the table during this entire process. The original agreed-upon ST ordinance never even had one day to go into effect before you started changing it. We bring so much to the city. We bring financial stability. We carry and we do everything ourselves in Sandbridge. Our taxes pay for itself. We pay for everything we have. Statistics do not prove that short-term rentals are bad for the area. We are very good for the area, and we offer families and friends and everything a great place to stay safely. Thank you for your time. Please don't change Sandbridge. We love what we have.
Thank you.
Elaine Feckety, Pope Woodard, Brandon Beavers, and Andrea Chambers.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Feckety. Y'all know why I'm here. And I realize I have a better chance of becoming the next Queen of England than changing your mind on some of these things. So I'm just going to state a few facts for the record and a few of my observances here. Fact, not every STR is an investor. I rent my home out during the summer months due to issues that are personal, but because I need it to pay for my mortgage. Not everybody is a greedy investor. Fact, STRs and event homes are not the same. You continue to conflate those two, and the fear-mongering has been allowed to spread throughout the community, pitting neighbor against neighbor. Conflating those two is woefully ignorant. Fact, it is not a choice between STRs or hotels. Families who want to stay in homes when they travel will travel wherever they have to go to stay in those homes. It is not a choice between that and a hotel. It is wrong for some of you to repeatedly praise the hotel industry only for saving the tourism industry during the pandemic. If you actually look at the data, you'll see short-term rentals saved the city's bacon last year. Only thanking hotels and acceptance speeches and State of the City speeches speaks volumes on where this debate is going. Reducing the number of STRs will not increase hotel occupancy. It will decrease your tourism revenue as people will go elsewhere. More items to note. Many of you have done, I'm sorry to say, a poor job of hiding the fact that you're using this as a political tool because you're worried about the ward voting. It's obvious, it's disgusting. Number two, it must be noted that at no point in the process were short-term rental owners and communities who have been renting responsibly and successfully for years have been given a seat at the table, not by you, not by the city manager, not by anybody, with the exception of Moss, Abbott, and Wooten, who didn't necessarily agree, but at least they did their job and offered to listen. The rest are clearly basing your votes on politics and false information. And here's some examples, and I mean no offense. Mr. Bellucci, there's a police detective who is ready to provide you with the information to debunk the false narrative that you have started. I'd be happy to give you his number. As a realtor, Ms. Wilson, you didn't even bother to discuss bundle of rights when the rights issues came up. Henley, Tower, Jones, and Wood, you have 99.9% of the short-term rentals, and 0% of the pro-short-term rental voice was heard as you make your decisions. If you'd like to change your mind, my number's 435-6965. And at no time was Sandbridge part of the argument to make all guidelines uniform and have that pertain to Sandbridge until 1 week ago. That is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Brandon Beavers, Andrea Chambers, Billy Allman, and then Jeffrey Stredler.
Good evening.
Good evening, Brandon Beavers.
On the leadership committee of the Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance, so I'm here speaking on behalf of our group. We have over 550 signatures pro STR. Most of our members of our group are responsible STR owners. I've spoken to some of you, look forward to speaking with more of you. The industry regulates itself. At the end of the day, if I don't keep up my property and those of our membership don't keep their property up, it's not going to get rented. If I have problems at my property, I'm going to get a poor review. Guess what happens? I don't rent my property anymore. I think there's a way that the industry can self-regulate it without additional burden. I mean, are there rules already on the books? If I have a party at my house, something tells me my neighbor calls the police, they're going to come and show up, and I'm going to get a ticket. If I have a parking problem at my house, not my short-term rental, but where I live, there's going to be consequences. There's rules on the books. I don't see why we need to create all these new rules for short-term rentals when we could just enforce the rules that are already there. Parking is an issue. Enforce the parking rules. Noise is an issue. After 10 p.m., you get a ticket. It's that simple, whether it's a short-term rental or my home. You know, you've heard tonight from a lot of naysayers, and I'll reiterate what some of the other speakers that are pro have said. There's a lot of folks against short-term rentals, but I don't feel like the council is listening to enough folks who are pro-STR. We want our position to be heard and considered. I mean, Mr. Bellucci, we had a nice conversation on the phone or go to meeting, and I appreciate that. If nothing else, it allowed me to, you know, show our side of this discussion. I don't think enough short-term rental owners are getting their side heard. There were some denials tonight. You know, I think the whole CUP process, frankly, it's a burden to you all, and it's arbitrary and capricious. I mean, there's one person gets it and another doesn't, with all things being equal. I mean, that's going to cause problems, in my humble opinion, down the road. At the end of the day, there's a group of folks that are on the opposite side of the conversation, which I don't think gets heard often enough. So we've now formally created an organization, the Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance. We have an alternative proposal that is out there on our website, virginiabeachshorttermrentalalliance.com. You can read that proposal, and we want, as an organization, to have a dialogue with each and every one of you, and we look forward to doing that. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thanks a bunch. Appreciate it.
Andrea Chambers, Billy Almond, Jeffrey Stredler, and then Kathy Davis.
Good evening, council. I appreciate you taking the time to hear my concerns. I'm a homeowner in the North End. I'm opposed to the expansion of short-term rental businesses in our residential area, as they are not compatible with residential use. They should not be allowed for rental terms of less than 7 days, if that at all, and 2 per week is completely unacceptable because it allows for weekend parties, and you've got to be aware of that. We pay real estate taxes. We are entitled to the quiet enjoyment of our property. It's a basic property right. We didn't buy in the oceanfront because we wanted a residential area, and you're taking away my property rights by doing this. We support local businesses year-round, and we want the council to represent us, not just developers or people that are trying to profit at our expense and not allow us to enjoy our home. We experienced a party rental on 55th Street that led to bullets in our neighbors' cars, trash parking on our lawn, people urinating in our property, police that were outnumbered when they were called to the scene, and were not able to shut down the party for 2 consecutive days. And what happened to the owner? He got a $200 fine. It's a slap in the face. They were charging admission to the house, and I don't understand why the council and the government of Virginia Beach would want to open the floodgates for this type of violence. You got bad press from it. It was covered on national news. My relatives in New Jersey saw it. I don't understand what you're doing. You don't have sufficient police to prevent the violence, and the fines are not a deterrent. I appreciate your time, and I look forward to speaking to any of you about my concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Are you
it.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. The next speaker is Billy Almond, Jeffrey Stredler, Kathy Davis, and then Nancy Parker.
Good evening.
Good evening. People are certainly passionate about this. Billy Almond, lived at the North End since 1955. I grew up with summer rentals, winter rentals. Most people by the week. But that's changed. I watch people roll their luggage down our street now like it's an airport concourse to stay one night, and then another group the next night, and then another group third night. So honestly, unless you guys figure out how you're going to unplug the internet, I don't know how short-term rentals are going to go away. So I'm more about the details. I think the most important thing you all can do is properly fund zoning and code enforcement so that every STR neighborhood has a representative to monitor that neighborhood. Level the playing field. Short-term rentals should comply with the zoning and site plan ordinances. If you submit a site plan for new construction today, you can't count your garage. Your parking has to be on site. You can't park out in the street. Yet once you get the certificate of occupancy, you can turn around and apply for an STR and park in the garage and park in the right-of-way. So it really needs to level the playing field. Maybe require that a developer has to disclose that they plan to do a short-term rental on new construction so that in the beginning, they meet the criteria and not after the fact try to make it work. So I think lastly, and great importance, is the consequences. A $200 fine doesn't mean much, but if you yank the permit for a year, maybe they'll listen. So I would ask you to really look at funding code enforcement and zoning enforcement and put some teeth behind the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker, Jeffrey Stredler, Kathy Davis, Nancy Parker, and then Jim Moffitt.
Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jeff Stredler, and I live at 209 65th Street at the North End, here with my wife Laurie, and we live there. We've lived there since 1999 with our two daughters. Although I've lived in Virginia Beach for almost all of my life, I've never spoken at a city council meeting before. And while I've often followed the issues that have been before council and was concerned about them, I've never felt as concerned about an issue as I do about the one involving the short-term rentals currently before you. I wasn't quite sure where to start with my remarks, so I decided to take a look at the agenda for today's meeting. I pulled the agenda, and the first thing that jumped out at me was what was written at the top, which I've highlighted in yellow. If you'll take a quick look at it, you'll see that the very top of it says City of Virginia Beach, Community for a Lifetime. So I thought about those words, which I believe have been part of the city strategic plan. And I have to say, short-term rentals are not consistent with a community for a lifetime. In fact, by their very own name and nature, they're the exact opposite. They're short-term and transient. The problems associated with short-term rentals are well documented, not only here in Virginia Beach, but all over the country, and we've heard people talk about them, the noise, the loud parties, the parking issues, the trash, et cetera. But the North End is a neighborhood just like any other neighborhood in Virginia Beach. We wake up early and we have to go to work, our kids have to go to school, and we try to live our lives while we also are frequently accommodating people coming down on the weekends, locally to go to the beach, park in front of our houses, things like that. But it's not a hotel resort area, as you know, and these commercial ventures are not consistent with a residential community, and definitely not a community for a lifetime. I'm here to let you know that I support the North End Civic League's position and also hope that you will limit the total percentage of STRs in the North End to the number of current legal STRs that exist now. I'd like to share one personal story. We have a short-term rental on our street. The Friday before the last Friday, one of my neighbors texted me about 11 p.m. asking me why all of these people were walking up and down our street. I went outside and saw large groups of people coming and going from the rental house down the street. After watching them come and go up and down the street, I realized that what was really going on here was there was a party, but they were parking on the feeder road and all of the other adjacent streets so that they wouldn't gather a lot of attention. And that party went on until approximately 4 a.m. where, me and my neighbor saw the people coming and going. It was quite disruptive to our otherwise quiet street.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kathy Davis, Nancy Parker, Jim Moffitt, and then Gail Matola.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Kathy Davis, and I am the General Manager of Sandbridge Blue Realty Services. I have lived and been a part of the community in Sandbridge for almost 35 years. We are opposed to the changes that you are trying to make to the short-term rental ordinance. There is no data or justification of changing something that's already in place and that we abide by week after week. Our properties are professionally managed and follow all the current guidelines set by the city. Don't make these additional restrictions that could significantly reduce the tax revenue that the city benefits from Sandbridge. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker, Nancy Parker, Jim Moffitt, Gail Matola, and David Grockmall.
Welcome, Nancy.
Good evening, thank you. Honorable Mayor, honorable members of council, my name is Nancy Parker. I live on 23rd Street in what I hope is my forever home. And I have been a resident of Virginia Beach for over 55 years and have seen a tremendous number of changes. The resort residential neighborhoods are a unique, small, eclectic group that are a stable anchor in the fabric of the resort area. With the invasion of the short-term rental business industry, all that is changing. We are reaching out to you for preservation and protection of our quality of life that is so special there. I do not have the money to hire the go-to lawyer at $200 an hour, nor take out an expensive ad in the Beacon feigning that the sky is falling because of the restrictions on short-term rentals. I do not reside on a golden pond or in a preserved neighborhood that will never feel the impacts of the short-term rentals on a regular basis. I feel like our neighborhoods are under siege. Already we are seeing and feeling the effects, which many people have already talked to you tonight about. Short-term rentals are not benign, nor without consequences. I'm exhausted and frustrated. I'm a good member of my neighborhood, community, and city. I pay my taxes. I volunteer in the community. I raise my children. I mow my grass even. And I plant flowers and add to the well-being of my resort neighborhood. I do not impinge on the quality or personal spaces of my neighbors, and they respect mine also. Why should a short-term rental business be allowed to undermine and take priority over the personal homes and our neighborhoods? The golden rule of zoning has always been, do unto us as you would have done to you and your neighbors. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jim Moffitt, Gail Matolo, David Grockmall, and Benham Malcolm.
Jim Moffitt from Sandbridge Realty. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, to allow me to speak tonight. December 18th, 2020, there was a PowerPoint presentation on short-term rental workshop presented by Bobby Tahan. Page 3 of that PowerPoint presentation stated regulations for Sandbridge are not affected by the proposed ordinance change. Each of the new changes or the additional regulations were for new short-term rental overlay districts. Page 15 states that the regulations for Sandbridge remain unchanged with the exception of the requirements for life safety equipment and deck balcony inspections, which was very clear to everyone in Sandbridge. We understand the changes to Sandbridge Ordinance 241.2. Nothing has been talked about concerning Sandbridge with occupancy and the number of rentals per week, just the new overlays. We are following the 3-bedroom and the 2 reservation per week based on 241.2 ordinance. This seems to be up for question. It has not been brought up with any of the meetings in the past until last week. We need to know that 241.2 is not going to change the occupancy or reservations per week in Sandbridge. The buzzword seems to be density that you're talking about now. Well, the density of rentals in Sandbridge is over 50%, nowhere close to any other part of the city. Sandbridge is different. Concerning the decks, I have sent you numerous times the recommendations from 2 of the engineers we use for inspections and the North American Deck and Railing Association. All are recommending 3-year inspections. Also, there is no guidelines for new decks being built. It has taken us over a full year to get all the decks inspected that we have, and vendors are months behind in doing the repairs. Sandbridge has stayed away with what you are doing with the rest of the city. We are strongly against changing any of the 241.2 regulations, except for the safety issues presented in previous meetings with slight modifications. There is just no history or proof presented in any meeting that Sandbridge occupancy or the number of reservations should change based on issues. Thank you so much.
Thanks a bunch.
Gail Matolo, David Grockmall, Benham Malcolm, and then Ashley Dawson.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening again. The proposed North End overlay should not be any type of overlay, period. This area is of private lands by private owners who came together to create a community of family-oriented residential homes over 100 years ago. Mr. Towers' bottom line to his fellow council members at the May 25th workshop was to contain short-term rentals to the Oceanfront Resort, OR District, again, a proposed overlay, which has been the original resort area since 1906, when the town of Virginia Beach was established in the Princess Anne County. Unfortunately, the fabrication by City Council of an overlay, that of Old Beach, was used to allow what was already allowed without any overlay, short-term rentals by private landowners. A potentially good decision to control and regulate process and length of stay went too far. It may be the hospitality industry that have convinced some members of City Council it could gain city revenue by creation of more overlays to expand the commercial resort area into residential private lands, creating a home rental inventory for profit, but negating the origin of the North End history and the character of family-oriented culture. You would not be following your mandate to protect the people in their neighborhoods to allow this overlay. This has already harmed the North End by an official overlay of the North End made in 2015. Yet this North End overlay does not exist, as proven in the SDR plan slides presented to City Council May 18th, 2021 by Planning Director Mr. Tahan. Vice Mayor Wood erroneously cites the NVBCL as representative of the North End will. The North Virginia Beach Civic League has less than 30% membership of residents in the North End. The proposed overlay unofficially imposed on the North End in 2015, was unknown to most residents until very recently and has been fervently opposed.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
The next speaker is David Grockmall, Benham Malcolm, Ashley Dawson, and then Peggy Wellington.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is David Grockmall.
I live at 219A 68th Street. It's considered the north end, as you know. On Sunday in the Beacon, there was this article in the paper. It was an advertisement. It says, "The future of Virginia Beach is on the line. Speak up for your family's future." And way down at the bottom, it says, "Paid for and authorized by the Hampton Roads Realtors Association." I don't know who they are, but they're in this business to make some money, I think. I support the North Virginia Beach Civic League's position. We don't really need an overlay, but if you're going to do that, I'm mostly concerned about the density. We have plenty of short-term rentals there now. Just don't keep adding them. Pick a number that 5% of legal short-term rentals is what should be used, and don't go beyond that. The other things like using one parking space for the garage, more inspectors, those things are certainly necessary. But please don't add more short-term rentals than that creates a higher density and changes the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
The next speaker is Benham Malcolm, Ashley Dawson, Peggy Wellington, and then Barbara Messner.
Good evening again. My name is still Benham Malcolm, and I still live at 319 Norfolk Avenue. I'd like to voice my support to the complete package as proposed during the May 18th City Council meeting, especially the Resort Overlay District, which excludes my neighborhood, which is a residential neighborhood. Like the current ordinance, the proposed ordinance is only as good as the processes within the city that support it, which enforce the ordinance, and also the Commissioner of Revenue, which collects the taxes. The ordinance is excellent in addressing STR investors that attempt to follow the zoning process. However, the city is missing enforcement processes to handle scufflaws. Our community, Lake Station, has proposed multiple short-term rentals. Applications have been submitted for our community. Members of our community have reported scufflaw properties multiple times to the planning office. Although it appears the city staff wants to enforce the ordinance, in the end, nothing actually gets accomplished and the STRs continue unabated. As examples out of our community, we have one unregistered property in our community which has been reported to the planning department for dozens and dozens of violations of zoning code, and they continue to do STRs weekly, including last weekend. Since June 2020, zoning has attempted several times to send summons, but they've been incapable of getting the summons actually served. The email I received from zoning read, quote, "I've been advised of the complaint several times that I have summons issued for the property owner. Until a summons is served by police, I cannot do anything else," period. Meanwhile, the property is registered with the Commissioner of Revenue, and taxes are apparently being collected. And the Commissioner is supporting an illegal STR business. We have the Commissioner of Revenue, again, completely opposed and operating independently, apparently, of the planning department. A second property in our community followed the full zoning and CUP process. Ultimately, the STR was denied by this city council in January. Subsequent to the denial by council, the scufflaw continues to do short-term rentals, with their most recent rental checking out yesterday. Once again, there is no process established to stop unapproved STRs. The email from zoning read, and I quote, "I am sending a letter to the owner. The letter requests the status of their situation. The property owner in this case is a trust in Fairfax, Virginia. I do not currently have a way to issue them a citation," close quote. Here, the STR ordinance is simply circumvented by making the property owner an out-of-town trust. In respect to the ordinance enforcement, the new ordinance is just like the old ordinance, all bark and no bite. Please add some effective working enforcement bite to the ordinances in which you're working on. I'd like to thank the City Council, the Planning Commission, the planning staff, and all my fellow citizens that provided inputs to the change in short-term rentals. This is all really good progress. I'm looking forward to seeing my residential community stay a residential community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ashley Dawson, Peggy Wellington, Barbara Messner, and then Chris Edel.
Good evening.
Hi, thank you all for listening to us. I think we can all agree with complete confidence that you got a lot more than you bargained for when you signed up for this gig. We totally appreciate it. So my name's Ashley Dawson. I live in the North End on 44th Street at number 216. I'm here because our city's current requirements for conditional zoning use permits don't provide the protection that our residents need. Certainly, I oppose the adoption of any STR overlay until we can provide our residents with appropriate legal protections. How did I get to this opinion? So, I have 2 school-age kids in elementary school at Lincoln, which is our local public school, and they had a sleepover about a month ago. We're like picking out movies for the sleepover, and one of the invitees is like, you know, let's watch a comedy. I don't want to watch any scary movies. I don't want anything with gunfire. And I'm like, okay. Then he continues. On a recent weekend night, a stray bullet had entered his house, narrowly missing his big brother. He is still feeling a little edgy. So I'm like, I'm texting his mom. That was your house with the gunshots into the kid's bedroom? Holy cow! How incredibly scary. It didn't even occur to me that y'all had moved. We moved last year because of an offer on our house my husband couldn't turn down. We live in a house on 26th Street now and are building somewhere else. We should move this summer. Wait, this is a different shooting than the one I was thinking of with the kids and the bunk beds on 22nd? Yeah, I'm seeing all this stuff on Nextdoor about shootings, but I didn't put anything about ours on 26th Street. We have the Ring video, and it is actually terrifying. My son was 10 feet below in another window. It's the short-term rentals when people are renting it for the weekend and they don't vet the renters. And I see all these conversations on Nextdoor, and there is no recourse for anyone. I even contacted an attorney, but he says he won't take the case. So to unpack all this, the woman sends me a picture of a bullet hole in the window, a picture of the bullet on their carpeting in the stairs, a picture of policemen and her kid in the pajamas, and a Ring video. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, our city council actually set up rules to regulate this. How could there be no remedy for this kind of behavior? So I'm doing the Google, and I get to one thing, and it says, Virginia is one of 4 states with a pure contributory negligence rule that holds, in theory, if an injured person is even 1% at fault for their injury, they're barred from recovery.
Thank you very much. Most appreciated.
The next speaker is Peggy Wellington, Barbara Messner, Chris Edel, and Darcy Ryan. Guess there's no Peggy Wellington. Barbara Messner, Chris Edel, Darcy Ryan, Ann Ryan.
Good evening. Okay, all this talk about overlays, and in 2012 you had the, you have so many things that you keep changing, but you just amend every time you create something. You change it. Nothing is secure. Whatever you promise one day is gone the next. The short-term, all these people that say they haven't had a voice, anybody who doesn't know how to get in touch with y'all doesn't deserve to be up here. We've been having meetings since 2014 on short-term rentals, the issue. There's been debt collapses, shootings, massive traffic problems, reckless driving, even before short-term rentals. That's why you have the entertainment district, the vibe district. You're trying to recoup money because you waste it. You waste their money. You don't know how to manage it. It's malfeasance. But you know how to fix the election, so you stay in office. Okay, yeah, all these people, I'm glad they're speaking out. And most of this, all over the area, is because of the sports center, which was the arena, and then the money all went in. It's like 178 million. That's year-round. That's year-round. And people, families, right now they're staying at the ocean front, but they're staying all over the place. That's what they're there for. And it was promoted by, with the 250,000, that you gave Pharrell to advertise on TV, and he, for something in the water. There's something in the water, and it's a city swamp. Okay, and the sports center, the field house, you moved everything to the beach because the tourists didn't want to drive all the way to the field house and the sports plex. And, the sports projects use public education money. That's not classroom money for sports. And the mixed-use projects, like the new 13,000 ABC store, Holly Road, this is close to the North End, close to, Resort Beach. That's mixed use. That's more and more and more breweries. They're cannibalizing each other. Businesses go out all the time, but you just put somebody else in. And people need to, like Waterman's, all these places, the resort.
Thank you very much.
Okay, y'all have conflicts. You take money from the resort.
The next speaker is Chris Edel, Darcy Ryan, Ann Ryan, and then Brian Kerwin. Oh.
I understand.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer, members of council. My name's Chris Edel, lifelong resident of Virginia Beach. My building company, over the last 30 years, have built over 300 homes at the beach. I'm here in support of short-term rentals in Old Beach in particular. I've worked years ago with Barbara Yates in the Old Beach overlay. There was concern that the neighborhood needed some revitalization, so we got together and developed an overlay that encouraged building coastal-style homes. Since that time, we've built many homes in Old Beach and feel like we've really contributed to revitalizing the neighborhood. We've invested, in the last 8 years, I would say probably over $10 million in construction projects that we've done along with other builders and revitalizing, again, that neighborhood. We've partnered with the neighbors to improve not only the look of the neighborhood, but also, we feel, a quality of life. I've handed out a couple handouts. The one in the blue is a builder, the Bichards, that have done quite a bit of building. But the other one that I've handed out is one that I wanted to just talk about, and that is this one right here that's more in white. So basically, I'm just showing you just a quick snapshot of some before and after, some things that have been going on there. So if you look at the top left home, that was 317 26th Street, 50-year-old 6-unit apartment building. That's now 2 new single-family homes. Bottom left, that was 55-year-old 8 apartments on Arctic. That's now 4 new single-family homes. Both of those older properties, by the way, have been short-term rentals for 30 years. So there's certainly a history there. in Old Beach or short-term rentals. The next page is on Arctic and 27th. That was a 45-year-old 4-unit apartment, now 2 new single-family homes there as well. Third page is talking about future opportunities. These are not properties that I own. This is Mark Goldner. He wanted me to share that with you. These are some properties that he's got multiple units on a lot that if he's said directly to me, if he's not allowed to be able to redevelop this for short-term rental, then very likely they're just going to stay that way for many years, and he's just going to bandage them up. The next page, 308 25th and a half, 50-year-old 2-unit duplex, very tired, 2602 Baltic, a very tired 5-unit apartment complex. I am involved in these. Right now, we are trying to get these approved for redevelopment. But we want to be able to do short-term rentals, so that'll certainly affect that if we can't. Last page is basically from the Old Beach guidelines is a map. We've talked about this before, potentially taking the Old Beach.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Darcy Ryan, Ann Ryan, Brian Kerwin, and Walter Parsick. Darcy Ryan is the next speaker.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm sure everyone is very tired. I know somebody mentioned that you may have gotten more than you signed up for, I think even just with this evening's meeting, so thank you for hearing me. My name is Darcy Ryan. My husband and I purchased a property on 57th Street in 2016. We purchased the property with the intention of living part-time here versus in Richmond, which is where we work, and I spend half of my work life here in Virginia Beach. I have very close relationships with our neighbors. In order to be able to afford to keep the property, we need to also be able to use it as a short-term rental. Since we have purchased the property, we have painted the entire exterior, including the decks. There's been a new roof put on. We have had the entire front of the property landscaped. Before we purchased it, it was an out-of-town owner who never came to town. The place largely sat empty, looked very run down, and was frequently cited and fined by the city for not standing up to city codes. I am in favor of having rules and processes for short-term rentals. We want to be responsible property owners and responsible members of the community. The one piece of the short-term rental guidelines that you are considering that I think is very against a small couple like my husband and I is the provision that only 1 check-in per week can be granted. I do not think that the length of the stay is reflective of the quality of the guest. I think that that is on the host themselves to maintain a good quality. It also feels punitive towards hosts like myself and my husband who do follow the rules, who do pay our taxes, who are very considerate of our neighbors. I also think that this type of regulation is almost impossible to hold people accountable for, so it will be punitive to hosts like myself, whereas hosts who are allowing these big parties to happen, putting their neighbors in unsafe situations, will just continue to bend the rules and not be able to be held accountable. I appreciate you taking the time to hear what I had to say, and I truly hope that you will consider revising this revision in your new STR laws. Thank you.
Hey, thanks a bunch.
The next speaker is Ann Ryan, Brian Kerwin, Paige Mieres, and Jason Fasella.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ann Ryan. I've been coming to Virginia Beach for over 45 years as a vacationer, and I discovered Sandbridge 15 years ago, and I fell in love with it. I wanted to buy a home here and plan to retire here in the future. I do oppose the ordinance for limiting the short-term rentals. I think I speak for several of our Sandbridge owners when I say that we disagree with reducing it from 3 to 2 people per bedroom. My house and many homes in Sandbridge cater to families to rent. Many of these families want flexibility, and allowing 3 people in a bedroom allows parents to sleep with a young child or to put multiple children in a room. We are following property management. We have professional property managers that follow guidelines and restrictions from Real Estate Commission, and they screen our renters, and they have minimum age requirements, and they monitor closely those rental agreements. They protect the homes in the community, and as well as the owners and the guests that are staying there. I'm not sure, and I don't understand why this restriction is being imposed now, and what data is driving the need for this. With respect to the off-season rentals, or the 2 versus 1 reservation per week, I oppose the going down to 1. This limits my ability to have weekend rentals that make up 30% of my revenue for the year. These weekend rentals, also, I want you to consider that they provide revenue to the community. They provide revenue to the gas stations, to the grocery stores, to the local businesses. They also provide, so that's tax revenue for the state and the local area, as well as the people doing the maintenance and the cleaning. Those people get income, additional income from having that season extended. And the businesses, anybody selling alcohol, of course, contributes to the alcohol tax. Restrictions will limit this to many people who may not be able to afford a full week-long rental, and also those who may not have vacation days that can take a full week off. Point in fact is that the trend is for Thanksgiving weekends, we're not doing week-long rentals anymore because people are not taking a full week off around Thanksgiving because they don't have the time. I would like you to consider the investment side of people coming down. I did purchase this as an investment property, but my full intent is to retire here and to move into my property. So we're not all profit and greedy, money-hungry people. We're here using the rental industry to a means to an end to our goal, which is to retire down here. We do pay, because our homes are property values are 2 times typically more than the median home in the Prince Anne area, we are paying 2 times more of the taxes. We also want you to consider the fact that we are investing all of that money, or a lot of our money, back into the homes. As our previous speaker said, we're putting money back into the furniture, into the renovation, into the landscaping, into the maintenance of these properties. Any restrictions to this?
Thank you very much. Most appreciated.
The next speaker is Brian Kerwin, Paige Mieres, Jason Fasella, and Margie Chapman.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. Tonight I address what has existed and benefited the city, the tax base, and the business community for decades, certainly longer than Virginia Beach has existed as a city, vacation rental homes. I've watched the Planning Commission meetings, City Council meetings, and I wonder why, for the first time I can remember, the city is actively trying to prevent visitors from coming to a resort city and spend money. I've got 2 quotes about short-term rentals. Quote, "A way to show the inclusivity and diversity we have back home in Virginia." That was Pharrell Williams urging people to rent homes ahead of the inaugural Something in the Water Festival. Quote 2, "I believe it does bring in elements that don't belong in the neighborhood. It also doesn't belong in my neighborhood." That was an opposition speaker from the last Planning Commission. I don't know what kind of elements he was talking about. You can guess. There was a brilliant letter to the editor in the Virginian Pilot a few days ago, penned by me, that made the point that there were 2 kinds of short-term rentals, legal and illegal. Legal ones register, pay taxes, have professional management and the highest standards. Illegal ones ignore registration with you, don't pay taxes, and once you shut one down, 5 more show up online. Here's the question. What percentage of the proposal before you is focused on the legal ones? 85%, 90%, 99.9%? How much progress are you going to make pummeling the people who already follow the rules? Even the city's new inspectors, which are paid for only by legal fee-paying vacation homes, have nothing but vagueness about what they'll actually inspect. Will they only go after those who never registered, or will they go after those who have always followed the rules? This obsession and outright hostility to vacation rental homes has only one inevitable result. You will squeeze the professionally managed, law-abiding rental homes out of Virginia Beach, and all that will be left will be the unregistered, illegally operating ones that this ordinance ignores, leaving the huge market of travelers with 2 choices. 1, visit another city, or 2, rent an illegal home that pays no city fees and operates free of your pages of regulations. This ordinance focuses on exactly the wrong things. You're looking at the wrong side of the equation. Please make an effort, as others have said, to engage the people who actually work in this industry and develop policies that protect everyone, including those who for decades have operated vacation rentals with honor and professionalism. This is no time to tell visitors that Virginia Beach doesn't want them here. Thank you.
The next speaker is Paige Mieres, Jason Fasella, Margie Chapman, and then Samuel Jones.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Paige Miares. I'm the principal broker of Atkinson Realty. And Virginia Beach has long supported a tourism strategy of attracting families to Virginia Beach. And vacation rentals has always been a piece of that strategy. My family has been contributing to that since the 40s to bring families to homes along our beautiful coast. A business that existed before the city was a city, and consequently before the zoning code existed. The recent proposals from planning and the city feels like you would like me to pack up and close shop. And that may sound dramatic, but the reality in this ordinance is just that. It seeks to take the professional actors out. With the harsher tightening, the message is clear. Go home, we don't want you. The unintended consequences, perhaps, but I'm here to say the effect is real. This ordinance does nothing to put to rest any of the fears of the public. There's nothing in here that will prevent the bad actors. But for those of us who follow the rules, it's a noose around our necks. You are running reputable businesses out, not the ones who will never pay the $200 fee or apply for a CUP or pay attention to occupancy. And this is where the problem properties lie, with the ones who don't care about your rules. This ordinance does nothing to help that. It should be scrapped and real solutions should come to the table. Here are a few bullet points to consider. Vacation rentals with professional management are a benefit to the city, the tax base, local businesses, which depend on visitors for their livelihoods. We should be acknowledged for our efforts in the process, not punished. Virginia Beach should continue its reputation as a pro-business city, not take an activist step to curtail negatively impact the huge tourism market that vacation rentals attract. The vacation rentals are not peculiar to Virginia Beach, but Virginia Beach's competitors embrace the rental market while Virginia Beach risks regulating this market out of existence. Here are a few specific proposals I'd like to highlight to keep Virginia Beach competitive as a tourism destination. First and foremost, support local licensed professional management for vacation rentals as they maintain the highest professional standards. Create an administrative approval track for vacation rentals in coastal areas with an emphasis on proper management and enforcement instead of an arduous CUP process. The coastal resort condo-tels should be exempt from this ordinance. The bottom line is that the criminal elements are not going to register with the city and comply with all of these regulations. They will operate illegally, cause problems, and all you will have accomplished is passing this ordinance is driving professionally managed properties away.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Bless you. The next speaker is Jason Fasella, Margie Chapman, Samuel Jones, and John Manarino. Jason Fasella, Margie Chapman,
Good evening.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Margie Chapman, and I'm a realtor at Berkshire Hathaway, and I've been managing vacation properties in Virginia Beach for 25 years. I take this position very seriously and put a lot of attention into our properties so that our guests will return year after year to our great city. I also appreciate all the advertising that you do to attract families to our great vacation spot. Our market is growing as families are choosing to rent homes versus multiple hotel rooms. The Hampton Roads Realtor Association recently performed a survey and found that issues with just a few situations seems to have created us to be here today. With that being said, I'm asking you to consider how some of those changes can negatively impact the great tourism market that these properties attract, such as the city's revenue and local business owners that depend on our visitors to survive. Some things to consider. perhaps requiring local licensed professional management and having their contact information on file. Enforcement, respecting the property rights of property owners by right who want to engage in vacation rentals in the coastal areas. Allow property owners who are grandfathered to retain their rights to do so without putting a time period on them. Eliminate the time-consuming CUP requirements that replace it with an administrative review and approval. Two-per-bedroom occupancy with children under 16, except from this calculation. Parking formula of one space per first 2 bedrooms, 1-to-1 thereafter with garage spaces included. Second and third floor decks inspected every 3 years, and any properties that their governing documents allow them to do short-term rentals should be exempt from your ordinance. And short-term rentals to be limited to 52 contracts per year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Samuel Jones, John Manarino, Chris Tron.
Good evening.
Hey, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Samuel Jones. I own a triplex at 308 27th Street. I live on the property. I spent my 20s as a commercial fisherman in the North and South Pacific. When I started my family in '98, I purchased that property. I'm for short-term rentals in Old Beach and would ask the City Council to not defer and take a look at the Old Beach area or part of the Old Beach area for short-term rental. We are the closest to the resorts. I see families walking by all last summer enjoying the beach. More families from the rentals enjoy the oceanfront than the families that live at Old Beach. I do feel if you don't allow short-term rentals in the future for anybody, including myself, I haven't applied. I have a small construction company, and I see this as an opportunity for my retirement. And if you limit me for taking advantage of that future, that's a tough pill to swallow. My current tenants have both been there on the duplex since 2017. I have one tenant who's not paid me since December. I've been to court 3 times. I'm in the process of trying to work with him, with the state, to get funds to help him pay his debt. And I see short-term rentals as possible in my future. And I need you guys to consider Old Beach and not defer it because of its value. That's it.
Thanks a bunch. Appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Moss.
I would just like the city manager through his staff to reach out to this person relative to rent, because there is a process by which those funds can be achieved through the state. So he may not be aware of that, but if they can reach out to him, that'd be great.
Okay, Taylor is on the way back as you speak.
Next speaker is John Manier. Sorry. Thank you. Chris Tran, and then Cynthia Vinson.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I know you're probably near your bedtime like me. First, I would like to assure the council that restricting short-term rentals will not end civilization as we know it, as the Association of Realtors contended in an ad in Sunday's Beacon. For proof that their assertions are exaggerated, just look at today's Virginian pilot. In fact, your actions will most certainly go a long way to preserving civilization by limiting the disrupting STR potential caused in an otherwise quiet residential neighborhood. Secondly, I'd like to offer my condolences to the residents of overlay districts who will have to contend with the commercialization of their neighborhoods that should be limited to no more than 10% of the properties therein. If overlays are a compromise to satisfy the gods of profit, then create one in the resort or tourist area only and not in the neighborhoods located away from the OR and T districts. Thirdly, it would only be fair that permanent residents forced to live in overlay districts have their tax assessments reduced by 10%, and those STR owner-operators be assessed an additional 10% in taxes on their properties used as STRs. Call it a nuisance tax. Of course, the alternative would be direct payment by STR owners to the immediate neighbors for any pain, suffering, and devaluation of adjacent property caused by STR operations. I would add that real estate agents must also disclose to potential buyers that they will be purchasing a home next to an STR, just like they must disclose a home's proximity to Oceana or Fentress, noting noise and crash potential. Lastly, in non-overlay districts, CUP should sunset in 18 to 24 months from the date this ordinance goes into effect, and so-called grandfathering of existing rentals should end, as the right to continue to rent the property short-term should not convey with the land. After all, while the land may be permanent, ownership is not. It is the owners who are responsible for how the property is used or misused and who should be held accountable for compliance with existing ordinances. In conclusion, operating a business in a neighborhood zone for residential use is not a right. If it is, then zoning rules are meaningless. On that note, I would like permission to raise chickens, since I will need forewarnings of falling skies predicted by realtors and investors. Thank you for your time. Pending your questions.
Hey, thanks a bunch.
The next speaker is Chris Tran, and then Cynthia Vinson, and then Pilar Attic. Chris Tran, Cynthia Vinson, Pilar Attic. Sorry, I'm totally messing that up. Thank you. We'll move to the WebEx speakers now, Mayor.
Okey-dokey.
The first WebEx speaker is John David. After Mr. David will be Star Boyles. Mr. David, please pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm the president of the North Virginia Beach Civic League. However, Mr. Gary Sharp, the vice president, spoke on behalf of the Civic League. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family. Y'all were elected to represent residents of Virginia Beach. We live in a residential neighborhood. We want to keep it residential. We've heard from a lot of STR owners that don't even live in these neighborhoods, especially my neighborhood, the North End. Businesses like STRs belong in a commercial area. They don't belong in a place that directly affects me and my family. They bring a transient population and doesn't belong into a residential neighborhood. My children ride their bikes in the street. I mean, an STR renter doesn't care about my family or me. They care about themselves coming to have a good time in Virginia Beach. We need people in the neighborhoods who care about the neighborhood. STR brings a multitude of problems. We've seen that. 5508 Hawley Road, 26th Street, 22nd Street, for one motive, money. Money should not be a motive that ruins a residential neighborhood. We don't need STRs. We have hotels. Everybody seen those at the oceanfront? They need the business. You don't need to bring a transient population of renters into the North End. People speak about 311. I'm pretty civically active. I never even knew about 311. You need to realize that does not accurately represent what goes on, the problems with STRs. We as the North Virginia Beach Civic League bring a multitude of those directly to the city and never get logged into 311. I strongly support the North Virginia Beach Civic League's position. We do not want an overlay for STRs. We have a good overlay for our dwellings. We do not need one for STRs. Put the overlays in the commercial districts. If you do choose money over residents, then you need to maintain a density of legal STRs to dwellings. Illegal STRs should not be counted. Why are you doing that? Are you accepting illegal behavior as the norm? I do not understand that. If you're going to have them, it needs to be a density of current legal STRs to the ratio of North Virginia Beach dwellings. You'd have one rental per week. Otherwise, as somebody said, well, we have my weekend rentals. Weekend rentals bring parties. Parties are a detriment to the neighborhood. Remember, it's a residential neighborhood. We live here. They don't. Garages. Shouldn't count garages. Anybody who has a garage can look in it and see It's very unlikely that you can fit 2 cars in that garage. It's highly unlikely that a renter is going to be able to put 2 cars in that garage. CUPs are essential. It's the only way to maintain control and enforcement. As Billy Almond said, we need enforcement.
Mayor, Pilar Eckert
Okay.
here in person, so I'm going to go ahead and
Oh, please
recognize
come
her.
forward. Welcome. Thanks for hanging in there.
I know everybody's hanging in there, and I'm a mom. My son's at home with my neighbor's children, actually, and I think she's going to be one of the virtual speakers. So my name is Pilar Iteca. I live on 26th Street. We had the opportunity to meet with Councilman Tower at a neighborhood meeting, and I live two houses from where the shooting happened on January 31st. That is a registered STR. As far as I understand, the owners used to live here. They now live in South Carolina. I believe they own 5 properties. And my concern is not whether they're legal or illegal. You know, of course, we don't want illegal STRs. But it's the saturation and then the lack of oversight and any real consequences that have any teeth to them. And I've stayed in STRs. I'm not against them. But there has to be put in place a way that there are real consequences. This same STR on the corner, 626th Street, my son and I were walking by there the other day, and there were 2 dogs running back and forth inside the fence and barking aggressively. I wasn't worried about it because there was a fence there. I know it's a pet-friendly STR. So we walk by, and as we're walking, I see there's a broken place in the fence, and these are pretty decent-sized dogs. One was a pit bull mix. He works his way through the fence and comes charging at us. Thank God that he showed signs of submissiveness and he was friendly. But I'm looking for a human being who owns this dog. I call out to the man, your dog is out, your dog is out. And I told my son, be still. Now I know that I need to charge back when a dog charges me because I learned that from somebody else. But anyway, this kind of thing, you cannot regulate this. I don't know what to say about this. So the guy who came out, oh, it's, you know, yeah, they're my dogs, but I'm not staying here. I'm just visiting the people that are staying here. So these STRs, you know, my great-grandmother and her sisters came here from North Carolina and started the hotels here. Barbara Henley, you were on city council when my father, Butch Kitchen, was on city council. I think maybe Bob Jones too was, I don't know. But my grandfather was a city councilman. He started the lifeguarding service here. He had a hotel. He had a restaurant. I know things change, and my heart is torn in 2 different directions because I hear the real estate developers, I hear people who've bought properties here, they're going to retire later. It's a very complex issue, but I just pray to God, I really do, that you all will seek him and seek his wisdom on this, because it is a very complex issue. But I'm telling you, if those dogs had bitten me or my son, you guys would have a suit on your hands. And the same thing with the shooting that happened at that same property. It was not the girl who stayed there. She was 23 years old. She had a party. There were tons of people there, and she's like, oh, I didn't even know the people.
Thank you very much.
So there's no liability. So
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
The next speaker we'll go back to WebEx speakers, Claire Yoder, and after Ms. Yoder will be Christine Glowatsky. Ms. Yoder, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Yoder. I live at 624 South Atlantic. I'm speaking in favor of Croatan be added to the overlay. I think this is unmistakably a zoning issue, not a neighborhood habitability, neighborhood sentimentality issue. It is a zoning issue. And for many years, short-term rentals have existed in the Croatan area as well as other resort areas close to the ocean, which is probably why several councilmen proposed this overlay in the first place, to legitimize what has been accepted zoning. The city has collected taxes, as we all know, et cetera. So to change that and to say we will ban short-term rentals is a serious issue. I think the council is giving good consideration and long consideration, and I appreciate that because it's very late and you've listened to a lot of stories, anecdotal stories, but make no mistake, this is a zoning issue. and to change the zoning, in essence, banning something that in only 2019, you established an ordinance allowing it for the conditional use process is extraordinary. So I would advise delaying the overlay issue, letting the 2019 law stand, collecting some more data under the conditional use process, and from there, figuring out whether or not the health, safety, and welfare is actually impacted by the CUP process, or in certain areas, you know, the zoning should actually ban short-term rentals. I appreciate your listening, and thank you very much.
Go ahead, Muter. The next speaker is Christine Glowatsky, then Gail Johnson and Douglas Rudley. Ms. Glowatsky, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. This is Andrew Glowatsky. My wife Christine is just out in the other room. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience and opinion and recommendation. My wife and I, we rent our home in Sandbridge during the summer season to vacationers who enjoy Sandbridge and who help drive the local economy and greater Virginia Beach City through taxes and tourism activities. The local contractors, retailers, and other small businesses benefit year-round as well. We oppose any changes or revisions to the Ordinance 241.2. We learned this past week that proposed changes to the recently approved ordinance would directly affect the rental properties in Sandbridge, specifically the number of sleeps reduced from 3 to 2 per bedroom, and the number of rental contracts from 2 to 1. We strongly oppose both of those proposals. In 2017, we chose to purchase a home in Sandbridge due to the quiet and peaceful atmosphere and minimal commercialization. We believe this is one of the main attractions for renters that they're looking for to get away and safely enjoy quiet time with family and friends. We have never had an issue with renters, and that's because we take pride in our property. We support the professional property management company, and we establish strong relationships with the permanent residents who live on our block. Now, if or from time to time when there are violators of noise or parking rules on properties other than ours, then those violators must be held accountable. And I agree with previous speakers that the current laws are sufficient to penalize them as needed through enforcement. We recommend maintaining the current regulations stated in 241.2 and keep Sandbridge STRs intact. We have participated in collaborating with the Planning Commission since 2017 and find the current ordinance both safe and effective at providing the city and businesses with recurring revenue source, hospitality and cleaning workers with income, Sandbridge homeowners with a safe and quiet community, and vacationers a desirable and attractive destination. Let's keep this win-win-win-win momentum going. Thank you for your service.
The next speaker, Gail Johnson, is not on WebEx, so we'll go to Douglas Rudley and then Andrew Cohen. Mr. Rudley, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Doug Rudley. My wife and I are homeowners, year-round residents, and voters in the North End. We're against STRs here. As you all know, the North End is a residential neighborhood with relatively high density and many attached homes. Operating an STR is a commercial activity that is incompatible with our residential neighborhood. Frankly, we don't understand why this activity should be allowed in our neighborhood when it is to be banned in the rest of the city. We have spoken to many neighbors and haven't found one who supports it. No one wants our neighborhood to risk being overrun with investment properties. No one wants our neighborhood where there are fewer real neighbors. This really has the potential to do great harm to a wonderful community. I would urge the council to hear the wishes of the homeowners and voters in our community and to reject SDRs here. Thanks very much for your time.
The next speaker is Andrew Cohen, and after Mr. Cohen will be Jerry West and then Whitney Harding. Mr. Cohen, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Members of City Council, my name is Andrew Cohen. I'm a property owner, registered voter, and full-time year-round resident of the North End, where I've owned a home for over 20 years. I grew up here in the North End, and my parents and I have owned homes in the North End as our primary residences for most of the last 50 plus years. I really do appreciate the time that you're taking over many months and late into this evening to consider the concerns and interests of so many stakeholder groups to formulate practical ways to manage short-term rentals. I'm here to support the position of the North Virginia Beach Civic League to oppose creating an STL overlay for the North End. Or if you do create an STR overlay for the North End, it be done in a way that does not increase the number of or density of legal STRs in the North End, and does not include illegal STRs in determining the current density of STRs in the North End, and does not allow illegal STRs to continue to operate. I therefore support the position that City Council Member Guy Tower stated during your workshop on May 25th to consider creating an STR overlay only for the Oceanfront Resort District, but not to include an STR overlay for the North End. While STRs may be compatible with the predominantly commercial zoning and use of the Oceanfront Resort District, they are not compatible with the predominantly residential zoning and use of the North End. Regarding the goal of reducing the administrative burden for the city to administer CUPs for STRs, creating an STR only for the Oceanfront Resort District would make substantial progress toward that goal. Further, it would provide the opportunity for City Council and the Planning Commission to evaluate the outcomes, positive and negative, of doing so before considering whether and how to create similar overlays for other districts in the future. In listening to speakers this evening, I'm astonished to learn that the city is cashing the hotel tax checks for illegal STRs without taking an effective enforcement action against them. I request that City Council direct city agencies to enforce applicable ordinances to shut down illegal STRs in a timely manner. As advocated by the North Virginia Beach Civic League, the vast majority of resident owners and voters of the North End do not want to be in a short-term rental overlay. Please do not impose this on us. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker, Gary West, is no longer on WebEx. The next one will be Whitney Harding, Doug Hartman, and then Barbara Clark. Ms. Harding, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Hi, this is Matt Harding. Whitney Harding actually fell asleep, but I'm her husband. Anyway, we live on 65th Street in the North End, and we oppose the short-term rentals, the short-term rental overlay. I've been listening to the call for the last couple hours, and I haven't really heard too many North End residents that have said, I would really love to have a short-term rental next to my property. That would be great. I'd love to raise my kids next to transient renters whom I know nothing about and who check in and party and do whatever. Like I haven't heard that. I've heard from real estate developers and property investors and people that are like trying to cash in on all this stuff, which is great. Like I implore them to do so. Virginia Beach is a great place to invest. But there's a place within Virginia Beach to do that, and that is the resort area. The resort area has, like for instance, when there's a big event down at the oceanfront, when there's a concert, like the hotels have these things in place where they can give out wristbands and they can, monitor the amount of people that come into a house. The resort area actually just made a new police station down on 21st Street, sorry. Because they're like, they don't have enough capacity to deal with what goes on down there. So how many police stations do we have at the North End? 0. So how do we expect to be able to police and monitor the short-term rentals? We're not able to. Like someone else said before, if we can't monitor the amount of illegal short-term rentals, then how are we supposed to monitor the short-term rentals that you guys are going to allow in the North End? It's just not possible. This is a residential community. There's a place for business, and that is in the tourist district, and it's not where people live and raise children. And thank you for your time, Mayor and council members. That's it.
For your patience.
The next speaker is Doug Hartman, then Barbara Clark, and Brandy Flotton. Mr. Hartman, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Hi, this is Doug Hartman with my wife Cindy. We live on 23rd Street in Old Beach. You recognize us from the Monopoly board. We're at Baltic and Mediterranean. We live here not just because of beautiful beach, but because it's a great place to live. And I see that continuing. Some of the melodramatic claims to the contrary tonight. I don't see rental houses being an endangered species. The weekly rentals have a strong history in Virginia Beach, and that's going to continue. We're not going to be overrun by unregulated houses, and the city's tax base is safe. The issue we do need to address is the public safety issue that we've seen recently. That's not part of the Virginia Beach tradition. We've had multiple cases of people at registered short-term rental Airbnb properties hosting unapproved parties, and the party goers are shooting up the neighborhoods. That's just unacceptable. The owners say that they can police that, but they really can't, because once you do an Airbnb rental, you can't control who shows up. And once they show up, it's too late to enforce it, right? We can't rely on enforcement. Now, it's important for us to understand that when there are these neighborhood shootings, they undermine the whole reputation of the city, right? If tourists get killed by more shootings, you can't put that genie back in the bottle, right? We can't rely on wishful thinking when we've had all these warnings so far. So in conclusion, I would say that the Old Beach neighborhood already has made great steps in recent years with the architectural guidelines and so forth to make it a great place to live. And it's actually a nice residential neighborhood. We want to continue that by limiting the location of rentals and by having minimum rental durations, for example, 1 week, so that we can rely on the parameters that we know work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Barbara Clark, Brandy Flotten, and Carol Ashman. Ms. Clark, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Hello, this is Barbara Clark. This is Barbara Clark. Good evening. Mayor Dyer, can you hear me?
Can you mute her? Ms. Clark, we can hear you. Please proceed with your comments. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer and members of City Council. My name is Barbara Clark, and I live on 16th Street at the oceanfront. Short-term rentals in our resort area residential neighborhoods bring instability and, in some cases, other negative impacts, such as crime, increased traffic, noise, and litter. Comprehensive plans adopted by City Council include this statement: a stable residential base is essential to achieving our vision of creating a year-round, world-class resort. And this recommended action: strongly discourage intrusion of unwanted resort or commercial uses into designated stable residential areas. Short-term rentals jeopardize the stability of our neighborhoods and are in direct conflict with these concepts. Their constant turnover during the resort season is disruptive and often causes the other issues mentioned above. During the off-season, many remain virtually empty, which is also not conducive to strong, vibrant neighborhoods. According to City Code Section 234, I can't run a business out of my home unless it causes no more traffic, noise, or other nuisances than is to be expected in a residential neighborhood. This makes sense. I should not be able to make a profit while negatively impacting my neighbors. Why would we encourage absentee owners to do so? Please do not include our neighborhoods in any short-term rental by right overlay district. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you, and thanks for being patient.
The next speaker is Brandy Flotten, Carol Ashman, and then Bob Hughes. Ms. Flotten, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and ladies and gentlemen of the council. I want to thank you for your time and diligence devoted to this subject. My name is Brandy Flotten, and I'm a responsible, compliant, and invested homeowner in the Vibe Creative District. I want to express support for STRs, specifically in my neighborhood, which is a mixed zone and is also within the Oceanfront Resort District overlay. I realize there have been tragic incidents which impact Virginia Beach as a whole. However, I don't believe the answer is to take away or restrict that right from those who demonstrated responsibility and compliance. I purchased my home in Virginia Beach 2 years ago as a vacation home for my family to use and enjoy. We rent our house approximately 35% of the time, which helps us afford and maintain the excellence of our property. So not only does the STR help me afford the house, it also provides jobs within the community and enhances the quality of life for citizens and helps stimulate economic development within the Vibe District. My home is co-joined with 4 other units, of which 4 of the 5 units are approved and registered STRs. Myself, along with my neighboring STRs, have had a positive experience over the last 2 years. We are good neighbors. We have selective screening. We have age requirements and preferences for families. We have rules in place against parties and excessive noise. We've established a communication channel between homeowners that has been effective and a multiplier for our eyes on property. Personally, I've hosted 26 families in the last 2 years, all of which have had no issues. We've had lovely families with amazing experiences that plan to come back to Virginia Beach again. I have really enjoyed operating as a STR and would express my support to be able to continue by right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Carol Ashman, Bob Hughes, Catherine Lewis. Ms. Ashman, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Yes, hello again. I own 207 and 209B 88th Street and live at the latter. Please repeal the resort designation of the North End and vote against the city's attempt to rezone the North End commercial through the North End overlay, which would devastate our 100-year-old historic residential neighborhood. We oppose the overlay because it would allow the city to create regulations, tax revenue, and land use decisions that favor the hospitality industry over the residents. I oppose it because it would allow any property owner to operate a short-term rental by right without having to seek a conditional use permit. Year-round residents' peaceful enjoyment of their properties would end and property values decrease due to the greater density and more short-term tourist rental activity with its unending nuisances and dangers, including increased noise from wild parties, traffic, garbage, gunfights, drug dealing, drag racing, and urinating outside the rental properties, and the destruction of the community from the constant influx of tourists in the summer and the creation of ghost towns in the winter. We bought our home here precisely because it was in a quiet residential neighborhood. This neighborhood cannot be rezoned now to permit commercial enterprise without the citizens voting on the matter. Another problem with the proposed overlay is that it allows a greater number of homes per unit of land. This has somehow already been inflicted on us. 4 huge, roughly 3,000 square foot homes are being built across the street from us, squeezed onto 2 lots where there were formerly 2 small historic cottages. Down the street, 2 huge homes are being squeezed onto a 7,500 square foot lot where there were previously 2 small historic cottages. Such land use makes the area crowded, creating more concrete, pavement, and buildings on the same amount of land, ripping out yards and trees, the very things that make this area beautiful and livable. Green space and trees are vitally important to help reduce the sweltering heat in summer. We need to preserve some unbuilt land rather than build on every square inch. This is crucial to helping absorb stormwater and prevent or reduce flooding. The attempted conversion of the North End to a tourist zone by the proliferation of short-term rentals and the increased number of dwellings is significantly degrading the area's quality of life, safety, and appearance. Sketchy visitors are attracted to STRs in neighborhoods because they can behave without any limits on their behavior. No hotel would put up with their antisocial and dangerous conduct, so these people have gravitated to short-term rentals in our neighborhood. For all these reasons, please vote to repeal the resort designation of the North End and vote against STRs and the North End overlay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bob Hughes, Catherine Lewis, Ruth Barnhart, and then Lynn Simmons. Mr. Hughes, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bob Hughes. My wife and I are the owner of a 2-bedroom condominium located at 2113 Atlantic Avenue in Camla Condominiums, and it has been a short-term rental since we purchased it in 1999. I am also the president of our Condominium Owners Association, and I am representing the owner of all 15 units, 11 of which either are or will be short-term rentals. I want to thank the mayor and the city council for taking another look at the short-term rental issue. I know this is a tough nut to crack. CAMLA's rules and regulations, which as the president I actively enforce, already reflect many of the restrictions you are considering, and they were developed over the decades to address the need to control short-term rentals within our condominium community. I can't speak to the appropriateness of other overlay districts, but I can certainly tell you that the Oceanfront Resort District is very different from other areas of Virginia Beach, and short-term rental ordinances should reflect that difference. After reviewing the proposed changes to the existing regulations, I would like to highlight several areas of concern. Changing the occupancy limit from 6 people of any age to 4 adults and 2 children for a 2-bedroom, 1,200 square foot condominium is overly restrictive, especially when the hotel next to us allows 6 adults in a 1-bedroom suite. CAMLA has had a 6-person of any age restriction in place for decades, and we have never had any issues with overcrowding. The requirement for 1 dedicated parking space per bedroom isn't necessary in a mid-rise condominium. We have a total of 24 parking spaces for our 15 2-bedroom units, with 1 dedicated space per unit and 9 undesignated spaces for overflow. In the 21 years we have been owners, there have never been any problems with running out of parking spaces. Do we really need an additional 6 parking spaces? 1 parking space for the first 2 bedrooms in a property is more than sufficient. Finally, I have to ask, with respect to maximum occupancy, what is an event? The proposed change reads, no events associated with short-term rental with more persons than maximum occupancy. If the 4 adults staying in my 2-bedroom short-term rental invited 2 people over for dinner and to watch fireworks but not spend the night, is that an event? And would I be in violation because they invited 2 people over? This regulation needs clarification as to what constitutes an event. In closing, I would echo what many speakers have stated. Don't create rules and regulations that adversely impact professionally managed properties that aren't creating the problems you are trying to solve. Thanks again for this opportunity to address the City Council today.
Thank you very much for hanging in there.
The next speaker, Catherine Lewis, is not online. She's not on WebEx. So Ruth Barnhart, Lynn Simmons, and then Terry Dixon. Mr. Barnhart, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Hello, and thank you. I'm Ruth Barnhart. I've been an Old Beach, 25th and Arctic condo owner since 1992. And I've been a managing owner of our grandfathered STR for several years. The condos were even built intending to be short-term rentals. I purchased the condo with the expectation of being able to rent either long-term or short-term. The long-term renters still had problems. They still owe on their leases. They did not maintain the property as required. With the short-term rentals, I'm responsible for maintaining the home and vetting our guests. It is inspected and maintained on a weekly basis. Our guests are families, often military associated families, who continue to return to Virginia Beach and consider Virginia Beach their family's summer spot, primarily due to the convenience and comfort of staying in a home in the safe, family-friendly atmosphere it has previously been. I do appreciate the difficulty it is to create and approve policies that benefit the citizens of Virginia Beach, not the hotels, not the timeshares, but feel that the focus should be on penalties for violators instead of increasing costs to get permits or maintaining tax-paying, properly managed STRs. The 1 or 2 rentals create a potential for parties, 1 or 2 day rentals for parties, especially in the larger homes. The safety of my neighbors, guests, myself is paramount. So the focus should be vetting the renters of STRs and policing the offenders, making it less appealing to continue to violate general city policies anywhere, not just in STRs or residential areas. The city should also consider the other factors that are affecting the safety and quality of life of the citizens and visitors of Virginia Beach, like the reduced police presence lately of the day and night at the oceanfront, and the lack of towing of parking violators, and the increase in rental apartments, which can reduce the homeowner's property value and do not promote long-term tax-paying investing residents of Virginia Beach. These additional apartments increase the amount of people at the oceanfront much more than existing homes being an STR. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments.
The next speaker, Lynn Simmons, is not on WebEx. We'll move on to Terry Dixon, who also we do not see on WebEx, Erica Atkins, excuse me, Melvin Atkins, and then John Parsons. Ms. Atkins, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Good evening. I'm speaking out as a concerned citizen of the current short-term rental proposal. First, I feel that letters of notification of this proposal should have been sent out to all citizens, just as they were to those who resided in the proposed overlay zones. Some citizens may not be aware of this change, and that will directly affect their property and potentially future plans that they may have. Additionally, will the citizens that already have CUPs in place that are in good standing without complaints, they're paying their proper taxes, be able to renew and continue operating? Are there going to be specific stipulations for what complaints or violations result in total revocation versus a fine? Will CUPs be granted outside of overlays? These are all things that need to be clearly outlined if a new proposal is instated. Additionally, in terms of the discussion about safety concerns that continuously are associated with short-term rentals, I've researched areas of Sandbridge as well as the Outer Banks, and they're predominantly short-term rentals, yet they're low crime areas. You rarely, if ever, hear of gun violence happening there. If short-term rentals are the cause of our recent gun violence issues, why isn't it happening in those areas as well? Why are short-term rental owners held responsible for actions of persons other than that of the individual in which they rented the property to? Unfortunately, Virginia Beach has had shootings take place inside businesses, in government buildings, hotel rooms, residential homes, in our public streets, etc. In those terrible tragedies, no one points a finger of blame at the business, rightfully so, because it's impossible to be able to detect that kind of senseless violence most of the time. For that very reason, businesses don't lose their license or get fined in those instances. So why isn't it the same for short-term rentals? I feel that the blame is being placed on an undeserving party here. This is clearly not an issue stemming from short-term rentals. Please think about those citizens who make a living or supplemental income from their property as a short-term rental when you vote on this proposal. Please think about those who don't have the financial means to live in or own a property within 4 blocks of the ocean. And why are they less deserving of an opportunity to rent their home in the means that they see fit? I think that those responsible short-term rental owners that may lose the option to continue renting because their property wasn't on the right side of the separation line is very unfair. Law-abiding citizens deserve a fair outcome for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Lee Atkins, John Parsons, Kendall Maynard. Mr. Atkins, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Mayor and council members, try to speak as quickly as possible with a short amount of time. Actually, my wife just spoke. Our investment properties are actually in an RT, an historic RT zone property. The properties are less than 500 square feet. They have 1 parking spot. They have no washer and dryer. It is actually a motel condo. We had to have special financing to get these properties. They're efficiency style investment property that we use for short-term rentals. There are decades of short-term rental use documented by various Rose and Womble, Atkinson Realty, various management companies. You cannot have an event or any type of party or anything at these places. They're just too small. There are no washer and dryer hookups. It's really hard to change the dynamic of a motel. I feel like when planning recommended that RT, the properties that were outside, and our property falls just outside of this line, I call it the lottery line. We're just outside of it, but it's zoned RT just like the rest of the properties that are in the ORT. It's zoned the same as all the other hotels are zoned, actually. And I just feel like it's going to get ignored and it's not going to be in its correct place with the other RT properties. Out behind us is Norfolk Avenue, and directly behind our back windows on the back of our condos is the Back Bay Brewery, the Ice House, Pizza Chapel, Gringos, Shadowlawn Eats, Tad's Deli, Zeke's Bowls and Beans, Junior Market. There are storage units, mechanical contractors, and all of those properties are also zoned RT. So we pretty much, the only complaints that we get from our guests is that the music is loud behind us at the restaurants when they have bands and live events at night. So I really don't see how we could be excluded from the RTOR when when it used to be a motel. It's always been short-term rentals. Our condo docs approve it. It's been recommended by the planning that it be added to the overlay if there is one. I really think, speaking of the overlay, I really think it's best, after hearing so many people from the north end and other areas not want the short-term rentals. I don't think you should have overlays because that makes it about right, and then that area would just be flooded with short-term rentals. I really think your best idea is your conditional use permit program. And I think if you don't want to handle all those every week, you should probably have a committee to do those so it wouldn't take up so much of your time. Each individual.
The next speaker, John Parsons, is not on WebEx. Kendall Maynard, Mark Chase, and then Kristen Lovering. Mr. Maynard, or Kendall Maynard, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for staying awake tonight. My name is Kendall Maynard, owner of the historic family STR in the Cavalier Shores on 45th Street. My family and I have operated this since 1985. I apologize for not being there in person tonight. It was the plan, but my dad, who's 93 now, lives in North Carolina and needed me. I vehemently oppose the STR ordinance proposal as it stands now. There is no need to overcomplicate it. Virginia Beach is a destination for visitors and families similar to San Diego, who has recently adopted balanced regulations that are easy to enforce and comply with. Virginia Beach should allow for this balance with fair and best practices and not reinvent the wheel. Everyone should be able to apply in any part of the city and be considered for an STR. I urge you to review other cities that leave this balance or have this balance before voting on anything. The Short-Term Rental Alliance has come up with a proposal that offers a cap of only 1% of the households in the rest of Virginia Beach. It means balance and income to the city and support for tourism for other wonderful events in this fine city. STRs are part of your family tourism that spends their vacations, money, and time here. I don't want to see Virginia Beach lose that. I grew up since the 1960s coming here as a vacation family home in the North End. Why advertise all over the country to come to Virginia Beach if you're not going to allow wonderful family homes to be rented to wonderful families? We responsible homeowners and STR operators work hard to keep our properties in tip-top shape. Not only are the citizens of Virginia Beach being stripped of their property rights, but our wonderful military and civilian personnel families, approximately 15% of households who may need a little extra money, are being stripped of a little extra money that may be needed a few months while deployed, and they can't necessarily do the long-term rentals. Do you even care about these military and civilian personnel? Requirements should be a simple administrative registration, density cap for the rest of Virginia Beach of only 1% or 1 in 100 households. That's excluding Oceanfront and Sandbridge. This has been done in other large cities. Why not try something that already works? I support an STR advisory board, which Mr. Bellucci and I have discussed, said he could support in our proposal, with members not only some STR hosts, but real people involved from all industries, including military housing directors, real estate property managers, cleaning services. The advisory board would meet monthly to provide guidance and recommendations on administration, enforcement, and other policies pertaining to STR permitting. With my 36 years of experience, I'm willing to serve on this advisory board for STRs.
Most appreciated.
The next speaker is Mark Chase, who is not online on WebEx any longer. Kristen Lovering, Carrie Chick, and Louis Gatton. Ms. Lovering, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Good evening, City Council members and fellow citizens. My husband, Ian Levering, and I own and operate a short-term rental in the Vibe District down in by the oceanfront resort area. And we are in support of the Virginia Beach Short-Term Rental Association's proposal for this. We got into short-term rental a little bit on accident. We actually lived down there for quite a few years and just fell in love with the Vibe District and didn't want to give up our first home, as it was a special place for both of us. But with a growing family, we quickly outgrew the 2-bedroom house and needed a little bit more room. We loved living there and just everything the city has done down there, and wanted to be able to share it with others. With the coffee shops, the breweries, the distilleries down there, it was just amazing, and just we've loved being able to share it. In the time we've been operating our rental, we've been able to use it for a variety of purposes that a long-term rental would not allow us to do. We've been able to serve Navy families who are in between houses or moving out of the area. We've been able to graciously offer our house as a safe quarantine for friends who are traveling and not able to see their family during the time. We've been able to host friends and families for free vacations, or family members who can't afford one or have limited funds, and host families for out-of-town sporting events at your new field house down there. We've loved being able to host people responsibly during the pandemic and welcome out-of-town guests to explore all the wonderful things that our city has to offer. We've followed all rules in all of our CUP regulations, but it has been very difficult and a very difficult process for us. It was a very trying year for sure going through the process. But short-term rentals, when run responsibly, are a huge asset to the community and property owners at large who want to use the gifts that they have been blessed with to be able to bless and help others in the community. Thank you for your consideration, and we just want to thank you guys for all of your time tonight.
Thank you very much.
Carrie Clark is no longer on WebEx. Louis Gayton, Andrew Roper, and Nicole Roper. Louis Gayton, if you'll please pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you. Comments, thank you. Andrew Roper, Nicole Roper, are they on? No. They're no longer on WebEx either. Jessica Prosen is no longer on. Steve Bouchard. Michael Weaver is no longer on. Robert Goodman. Mr. Goodman, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for being so patient and listening. I'd like to make clear that since you all have gotten similar emails, because a lot of us have strong feelings on this. I've lived in the North End for all my life, and 4 generations of my family have lived here. And the North End continues to be, it has been and continues to be a neighborhood. I think it's your responsibility to preserve it. So I support the comments of the North Virginia Beach Civic League and Andrew Coyne's suggestions on limitations. I'm going to move forward quickly to make 2 points that I don't think have been made as fully as maybe they should be. One, to simply impose fines for violations is not really going to work, because the landlord or the renter will simply keep the tenant's deposits from when they've created violations for noise and the like. You need to have the right to pull the permits. And for all illegal STRs, you ought to pull the right to do anything and have it really in addition to fines. So that's point one. Point two, for high occupancy dwellings, and that could be Sandbridge, it could be other places, you need to consider fire issues. It would be a tragedy for Virginia Beach to be written up with like the balcony crash with a big fire and inadequate fire protection. Don't know that that's being done. So in conclusion, please look at your own neighborhood. Would you want an overnight series of rentals next to you? I don't think so. I'm asking you to spare us that at the north end. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your patience also.
Polly Street is the next speaker, and then Annette Lelushy. Ms. Street, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
My name is Polly Street, and I live on 88th Street in a quiet residential neighborhood called the North End. First of all, I love the beach, and I believe it should remain a public beach for all to enjoy, including people from Virginia Beach, Norfolk, and everywhere else. I'm opposed to the proposed overlay zoning change for the North End because I believe it and the increase in short-term rentals that could come with it have the potential to greatly change our residential neighborhood. Currently, there are 6 new houses being built on 88th Street. I mention this because with the overlay, any one of those houses could apply for a short-term rental conditional use permit or possibly run a short-term rental by right. 4 of the 6 houses are on 2 lots and have 5 bedrooms each, for a total of 20 bedrooms in a place where there used to be 2 small homes. Our neighborhood is already densely populated, and with our new neighbors coming, parking will be extremely limited. There is no additional parking capacity in our neighborhood to support additional short-term rentals. An unintended consequence of short-term rentals and the strain on parking that they will bring is that it may leave no parking for local people who might want to come here and enjoy the beach at the upper North End. I feel that the proposed zoning overlay will change our residential neighborhood into a resort area. And will irreparably damage our neighborhood. The proposed overlay has the potential to become a Pandora's box of iterative changes over the next few years that will ultimately diminish the quality of life that we currently have in our residential neighborhood. It's not a resort area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And the last speaker is Annette Lelushy. Ms. Lelushy, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you. Thank you. The last lady, Louis Gatton, we see them online, but they're not responding, so let's try to unmute them one more time. Louis Gatton, if you pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you. Speakers.
Okay, I want to thank everybody for hanging in there, both virtually and, also here. It was a long night, but a very, very important topic. At this point, let's adjourn the meeting and get ready for, okay. Oh, well, I'm sorry, we got appointments. Okay. All righty. What's that? Barbara, do you, okay, first of all, is there any old business, Mrs. Henley, at all? Any new business? Okay, then we'll do the,
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I nominate the following individuals to boards and commissions. To the Bayfront Advisory Commission, Stacy Shiflett and Martin Thomas. To the Bikeways and Trails Advisory Committee, Councilman John Moss. To the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area Board, William Burnett. Community Services Board, Councilwoman Barbara Henley. To the Southeastern Public Service Authority, L.J. Hansen and Gary Kelly as an alternate member. To the Transition Area Interfacility Traffic Area Citizens Advisory Committee, John Cromwell.
okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Mayor, there was, oh, I'm sorry. I think that was a nomination in closed session for social services.
Okay.
My apology.
Okay.
You ready for the vote?
Yeah, that was a recommendation.
We are ready for the vote.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berluci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you've appointed those nominated by.
And there being no unfinished business or new business, we will adjourn and get ready for open mic.